edition of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are Ohio.
Welcome to the left coast, the west coast, as Fox Sports Ohio presents Cincinnati Reds baseball. They're filing in for Game 3 of this 4-game set. A beautiful setting and a great night for baseball. It's the Reds against the Giants, Game 3 of this 4-game series on Fox Sports Ohio. If you're a Reds fan, you like what you've seen the last two nights. First night of the series, Mike Leake, superb for 8 innings. He gave the Reds a 3-1 victory as he set down the Giants. Game 2, after Mike Leake took over, Johnny Cueto was superb. It was Johnny Be Good in San Francisco, 8 1/3 inning of 3-hit baseball, and the Giants defeated 6-2 in Game 2. Tonight, Game 3 in San Francisco. Hi, hello, and welcome to San Francisco, everyone, along with Jim Day and the crafty left-hander Chris Welch. I'm George Grant. Chris, if you're a Reds fan, you love what you've seen in pitching.
Well, the Reds are in a good place right now. There's no question about it. You talk to people that have seen them play recently, like these people that are following the Giants around. They say, hey, this may be the best team we've seen in the National League. They thought previously maybe it was the Washington Nationals. The Reds right now might be poised to go on a major run. At least that's the way they've been playing so far here in San Francisco.
And speaking of a major run, how about Alfredo Simon? He could be the first National League 11-game winner if he wins tonight.
I mean, you'd have made yourself a lot of money had you bet this at the very beginning of the season coming out of spring training, that the guy with the most wins near the All-Star break would be Alfredo Simon on the Cincinnati Reds. I mean, here's a guy that was not a starter previously. They got him off the scrap heap. He has made the most of his opportunity. And tonight he's facing a guy that is closing in on 100 wins in his major league career, Matt Cain. Don't be misled by the 1-6 record that he's got. He's not that far off. He has had some time on the disabled list. He's throwing better than his win-loss record has shown, and it ought to be a pretty good matchup tonight of a couple of right-handers eager to win.
Pitching has dominated so far in this series. Coming up next, the Reds have been scoring early and often. Can they continue the roll on the West Coast? Find out next on Fox Sports Ohio. 289 game sellout consecutive streak, and it should be the same here for 290. The starting lineup for Brian Price and the Reds includes Billy Hamilton in the leadoff spot. The lineup sponsored by Meyer. Frazier bats second. Joey Votto back in the lineup hitting third. Phillips on his birthday is 33rd. Hits in the fourth spot. Bruce Mesoraco, Ludwig, Cozart, and Simon. And here's Matt Cain, Chris.
Matt Cain, the right-hander, now 29 years old. And he has been the ace of this staff, a young man that was drafted back in 2002 from a high school down in Germantown, Tennessee. On the fast track to the major leagues when he broke in 2005. He was the youngest player in the National League, and he's been really one of the horses of this San Francisco Giant rotation for many, many years, although this year the bump in the road has come. He has 1 win and 6 losses.
1 ball, 1 strike to Hamilton. Sandoval in tied at third, and the first baseman Duvall in tied as well. Billy 1 for 3 in game 1 of the series, 3 for 5 in game 2 of the series. He comes in at 277. And you know where he stands, 33 stolen bases, second only to D. Gordon in the National League. Your home plate umpire for tonight is Dan Bellino. DJ Rayburn is down at first. Pat Hoberg at second, and the crew chief Jeff Kellogg. Home plate last night, third base tonight. Picture perfect night overlooking the bay here at AT&T Park. Great to have you with us. George Grant, Chris Welch. You'll hear from Jim Day momentarily. That's a strike. 3-2. Chris, every ballpark we go to, you hear the same story when we visit with the manager. They're getting a lot of respect for number 6.
Well, just right there shows you how much confidence he has to be able to take a 3-1 pitch, thinking it might be a strike, but looking for a walk. I mean, there's a time early in the season that he wanted to swing at just about everything that came up there. And he knows as he's gotten better, he's been able to slow the game down around him. And that means just not panicking in the batter's box. He knows when he's up to the plate now, the pressure's on the pitcher, not on him.
Not cocky, but confident, and he's proving it on the field. Here's the 3-2. Bounce back through the middle. That's a base hit for Billy. Let's go down to Jim Day. JD.
George, let's check out our IGS bringing the energy. The Reds have won 12 of their last 16 games, and due in large part to getting on the board first. They have scored first in 14 of those 16 games, and their record 11-3 over that span, and the guy on first base has played a major part in that.
Trying to do it again of the Reds, get off early, and here's Hamilton with his 33 stolen bases. Cain from the stretch. Last night the Reds were successful in the first inning with 2 straight base hits. Hamilton reached on a single past Sandoval, who was pinched in at third, but then Madison Bumgarner threw behind him, had him picked off. He was out trying to steal. Frazier followed with a base hit, and he was picked off. And they'll throw over there again.
Well, the good news is that Matt Cain does not have the kind of move that Madison Bumgarner has. He's not left-handed. He gives up stolen bases a lot. In fact, he's given up 7 this year. They've only thrown out 2.
1 strike to Frazier. He's been red hot. 2 for 4 in game 1, 3 for 4 yesterday. 8 home runs in June. He's been one of the big power sources in both leagues.
And that's the other part of it. In the last outing that Cain had, he threw a lot of off-speed pitches, a lot of curveballs, and he's in a situation right now with Hamilton on first base. He's got to throw fastballs. Well, you got the Reds' best fastball hitter in standing at the plate right now.
Billy Bluff's going, pitch out, nothing going on. Hamilton stole 3 against Sanchez in Cincinnati, so you know he's very cognizant of it. And in the other dugout, make no mistake about it, Bruce Bochy, Ron Woodis, the bench coach, well tooled in dealing with, there's Ronnie, manager in waiting, an outstanding bench coach for the Giants. So they'll keep a close eye on Hamilton. Bochy echoed what almost every manager has said when the Reds come to town. Our goal is to keep Hamilton off the bases, because when he gets on, he changes the dynamics of the game.
Breaking ball count here.
A little bigger lead for Hamilton. They'll chase him back. And baseball fans, longtime baseball fans, will remember the days when Maury Wills would come to San Francisco and Alvin Dark would wet down that first base area. And I'm not saying the Giants are doing it, but it sure looks a lot wetter the last 2 nights than it's been before. Not going. Sanchez got the worst of that. Dan Bellino will check him out.
You mentioned that Sanchez was catching in Cincinnati when the Giants came to town. And they're going to go check him out. That ball was just plastered right back into the face mask. And even with all the padding that has now, much improved over the years, that is still like a hammer to the face.
And the good news is on those new helmets, there is more padding. They're lighter. And sometimes lighter is bad news. The old masks that were solid steel could absorb a hit a little bit more readily than these. As Buster Posey's got the night off, talking to Billy Hayes, longtime coach here, outstanding minor league manager.
Well, I got to play against Billy Hayes in the minor leagues. That guy, he wanted to fight the whole team.
You're right.
He came to the ballpark with a case of goo, and it got worse from there. What a good guy, though.
You're not kidding. I watched him manage in the minor leagues, and he instilled the same kind of attitude in his ball club. And that's the staff. I mean, these are two staffs that are made up of lifers, and Sanchez is going to hang in there as Bochy checks him out. So it's 1-2, and we'll see if Billy might be moving on this pitch. Around the stretch is Kane. You say a speed of Hamilton changes the game. It's not just the threat of a stolen base. It's the concern about throwing over there. It's the number of fastballs that the next hitter will get. It's the psyche of the pitcher on the mound. Billy's going, gets a pretty good break. Sanchez throw in the dirt, not in time. That's number 34 for Billy Hamilton.
Well, he ended up going on a fastball count, but it really didn't make any difference. After several throwovers, I think that Hamilton had figured out the move of Matt Cain, got a good jump right there, and Sanchez one-hops the throw. As I remember, Sanchez threw a couple of balls into center field in Cincinnati, and he really helped Hamilton not only get the second, but get the third by throwing the ball on stolen base attempts where he really had no chance.
So Frazier is retired. They get the batter, but lose the base. As Hamilton's now in scoring position at second. And here comes Joey Votto. Votto, the night off last night, 0 for 4 in game 1 of the series, in at 260 with 6 homers, 22 knocked in. Against Cain, over 300 at 304 in his career, 9 for 23. There have been a few of those conversations with Joey and the home plate umpire in the last couple of nights, huh? His eye is like radar at home plate. That's fouled off. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, he feels, I think, and rightly so, that that's the one part of his game that does not go into a slump. Is his ability to distinguish a strike from a ball. Always has been reluctant to go outside the strike zone to swing at a pitch, just not him. So when an umpire and he disagrees, I think almost all the time Joey feels he's right. And why not?
It's always interesting to watch first basemen who are good hitters talking to the first base umpire, knowing that that first base umpire is going to be the home plate umpire the next night, right?
Good point.
Sean Casey was great at that. He didn't need much help, though, did he? Here's a 1-1. You know, Chris, I think what Joey might have been saying, you come here a lot, and this one's starting a little early at this time of night. At center field, hitter's eye, and with the light the way it is, it's kind of like Great American Ballpark early in a game. It's awful bright out there. I don't think hitters are going to have a difficulty in this first
that spot right in center field. As long as there's glare right there, it's very difficult for a hitter to pick up the spin on the ball, especially.
1-2 to Votto. Up high. Outfield in center. Blanco pulled a couple of steps towards left center. Pence, who's in the sun, and it's peering right in his eyes. Straight away and right. Left center field, where he's playing perfectly. Blanco there to make the catch. Now check your defensive lineup for Bruce Bochy and the Giants. Coming in, they are 9th in the league in defense. They've committed 53 miscues. Morse, heavy hitter in left. Blanco, good speed in center. Pence tied for the league with 6 assists in right. Sandoval, Crawford, Panik and Duvall, the 2 rookies just up for Fresno on the right side, both have shown that they're pretty good baseball players already at the AAA level and now at the major league level. And with Posey the night off, Sanchez behind the plate. With the right-handed hitting Phillips coming up. Pence comes in a couple of steps now in the shade in right field. Brandon in at 276, hit a home run in his first game of the series, his 6th of the year. 34 knocked in now, and today is 33rd birthday, and he's done pretty good on birthday ball games, over 300 at 345 in 8 games he's played on a major league birthday. Base hit here should give the Reds a run. And we speculated last night, Chris, and it was reaffirmed just before the game tonight. They credited Sandoval with a base hit and took the error away from Brandon Phillips last night. He was charged with an error on a bouncing ball behind second that looked, for all intents and purposes, like it should have been a base hit.
Well, our statistician, Dave Feldman, and I talked about that, and we had it right away. All they had to do was ask us.
How come you only talk about the ones you get right? Uh-oh. They got his pocket pick. Sandoval, did he touch him? Did he touch him? No, they're saying he went out of the baseline and they're calling Hamilton out. Sandoval never did touch him, but they're saying that Billy went out of the baseline. So the running game short-circuited here in the first. The Reds don't strand a runner, a base hit, nothing to show for it. We're going to the bottom of 1. Alfredo Simon takes the mound. Another look. Watch. And here's his starting lineup, sponsored by Meyer. Gregor Blanco leads it off. You know, Pagan's on the disabled list with back woes. Pence batting second. Sandoval hits third. Morse, Sanchez, Crawford, Duvall, Panik, and Kane. That's 1 through 9. The starting lineup for Bruce Bochy. Hunter Pence, always a pain in the neck to the Reds, whether it's with the glove or the bat. And here's Alfredo Simon.
Well, Alfredo Simon, 10-3 on the year. He has been outstanding since you going back to the last time he pitched against Los Angeles, for instance, at the end of May. He is 4-0 since that time, and really he's been kind of a freight train, just rolling right along.
Blanco bangs the pitch into center field for a base hit. He's got some speed too. Stolen 8 on the year. Let's check your 4 defensive alignment for the Reds. Ryan Ludwig will be in left. Hamilton in center. Jay Bruce over in right. Frazier, Cozart, Phillips, Votto across the infield, and Devin Mesoraco behind the home plate. Best defense in the majors. Only 31 errors committed by the Reds this season. Here's Hunter in at 295 against Simon 0 for 2 in his career. Simon with that 10-3 record. This is his 96th inning pitch. He's allowed only 81 hits and 60 strikeouts in those 95 innings. Blanco digging in that left foot down at first base. He might have dug in the toes of the left foot. Look, he might have twisted his ankle a bit as he tried to get back to the bag. Roberto Kelly, the veteran outfielder, one time a Red, down at first base, and Tim Flannery, the coach for Bruce Bochy, down at third. Pence steps out as Flannery rolls through his signs. Giants have been struggling all told, and struggling at home. They've lost 10 of their last 12 at home and overall 13 of the last 17. This is a team that at one time had a 9.5 game lead in the West over the Dodgers. That lead was in danger of going down to 1 game last night before the Cardinals rallied to beat the Dodgers. So it's 2 games going into play tonight. Tim Hudson, you'll see tomorrow. He'll pitch against the Reds. And that's the bad news. The good news is the fans here treated to Tim Lincecum's second career no-hitter earlier this week. So it's been kind of a roller coaster ride for this Giants team. 1 ball, 1 strike. Simon trying to get on the same page with Mesoraco as they chase Blanco back to first. Not going. 6, 4, yes sir, 3. Been a big change for Simon, Chris, who at one time was a 4-seam fastball guy. He's using that more, isn't he?
You're right. The velocity's not dropped off for Alfredo, but by keeping the ball down, he's getting more ground balls than ever before. 47% ground ball. So he's still technically a fly ball pitcher, but he's right there on the cusp. And he rolls up his 6th ground ball double play of the year. Why not use that defense behind you?
What's the biggest difference you've noticed in him this year?
Confidence, number one. He's always had a rubber arm. He's always had great stuff, but his ability to throw the ball where he wants to, command. He also has a nice breaking ball, curve ball that he throws that keeps the hitters off his fastball all the time. I mean, look at the action you see on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. That's not something you see very often.
Switch hitting Pablo Sandoval up.
Yeah, there's the curve I'm talking about, and it's nearly 20 miles an hour slower than the fastball. So that gives the hitter a big spread of timing that he has to make.
A pitch that he didn't use a lot when he was working out of the bullpen.
You're right.
Pretty good on the road, huh? Way out in front, Sandoval. And a base hit for each team in the first, but nothing to show for it. Strikeout number 1 for Simon. Phillips back to the batter's box when we return. Cincinnati Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio, being brought to you by your local Ford dealer. Ford, go further. By Cincinnati USA Regional Tourism Network. Stay close to CincinnatiUSA.com. And by AT&T, mobilizing your world. Whether it's the Golden Gate Bridge or the Bay Bridge, picturesque views of the San Francisco-Oakland area. And what more could you ask for if you're a Reds fan and your name is Chris Welch? 2 great games, 2 victories, 2 tremendously pitched games, and a couple of days at the golf course, Cristoforo.
You know, it's interesting out here. You start off early in the morning. It's cold. It feels like it's about 50 degrees and foggy. You can't see. By the time you finish, it's the most beautiful day you've ever seen.
Got a little sunburn on the forehead and the nose today.
Yeah. That sunburns through the fog. You don't find that out until it's too late.
So how is Half Moon Bay?
Everything they said it would be, and maybe even more.
Leave any balls in the water?
Of course. Always like to leave my mark.
You and Nuxie.
Not as many as Nuxie.
Not as many as Nuxie. 1 ball, 1 strike to Brandon, who's back in the batter's box. He was at the plate when Hamilton was nailed between second and third. Your favorite golf course out here?
Well, that's got to be one of them. You know, I haven't played them all, so I can't tell you.
See, that's why you got to keep doing this job.
Right. Got to keep coming back out here. And when you couple them up with Reds wins, it's a lot more fun.
That's a lot better, isn't it? Don't let the baseball stand in the way of the golf, though. Here's the 1-2 to Phillips. Did he go around? Yes, he did, said the first base umpire, DJ Rayburn. So that's strikeout number 2 for Kane.
Brandon knew it. He was about halfway to the dugout by the time DJ Rayburn seconded it. Hey, what so far what you're seeing out of Matt Cain is not what the Giants have seen on and off this year with him, where he's kind of slinging his fastball, missing his locations. He's mixing it up really nicely tonight. Got a good breaking ball he's working on. He's hit the corners. Pitched out of a jam there in the first inning with Billy Hamilton on base. So he's come ready to go tonight.
There's Jay Bruce 8-game hit streak. That included 7 straight games with an extra base hit. He was 3 for 4, 3 singles, so the extra base hits game ended. But he's showing signs that the knee is better. He's been running better, and his feeling at the plate, as he admits himself, is a lot more confident. That's a bouncer past Cain into center field. That'll be a base hit for Jay. So make it 9 straight for Jay Bruce. Good to see him coming around, Chris.
You know, even with the shift, Jay Bruce really, he's told me, and it's his philosophy after talking to a lot of different coaches, a lot of players who they shift on. He goes, I don't even think about it anymore. I'm just going to go up there and try to hit the ball as hard as I can. If I hit it hard, nothing's going to happen. You see, Cain almost went up there and tried to barehand that ball, and at the last moment thought better of it and decided to give up a single rather than maybe a stinger on his pitching fingers.
So the Reds have their second base hit and second base runner, 1 out, 1 on, and here's Mesoraco in at 309. That's in there for a strike. You talk about the shift, and 2 booths down from us is one of the great hitters of all time, big number 44, Stretch McCovey. Broke into the major leagues with a 4-for-4 performance against your old college coach Robin Roberts. There's Stretch, one of the biggest, fiercest competitors, but one of the most gentle men you'll ever want to face. A tremendous hitter and a great individual. And I asked him before the game, I said, how about the shift? And he said the same thing Jay Bruce said. He said, you know, I didn't worry about a shift. He said, I just tried to hit the ball hard somewhere. And boy, could he hit the ball hard, huh? Man. You know,
in a few more years, we won't even be talking about the shift because it'll be so common. It'll just be part of regular defense.
1 ball, 1 strike to Mesoraco in the dirt. That's going to kick away, and Bruce will get the scoring position. A wild pitch to Cain. So it's 2-1. You know, last night we talked about Madison Bumgarner, and he's really been the Giants' best pitcher this year. But the guy that the Giants really need to be what he's expected to be and to be a leader on this staff is this guy, isn't he?
Well, I mean, he's the horse. 7 innings, 190 innings or more. In fact, 6 of those he's gone over 200 innings. So he's a guy that they give the ball to, and they figure that he is going to be out there for a long time.
2-1, popped up in the infield. Joe Panic under it. He'll haul it in, second out.
You know, the thing about Kane that is interesting to note is that he did go on the disabled list in May. He pulled his hamstring, and he missed some time. You miss about 15 days or so, and then you come back, and you still have to get back into the rhythm of things. So I'm not so sure that he's right there yet, but I think he's closer tonight than he has been in a while.
And before that, he cut his finger on his pitching hand, which kind of sidelined him and got him out of sorts as well. Hey, just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, look forward to our Miller Time moment coming up later in the broadcast. Always one of Chris's favorite moments of any night, other than teeing off at Half Moon Bay.
Why can't you combine them?
I'm sure you did.
Well, 7 a.m. It's 7 a.m. somewhere.
As you made the turn, maybe. Here's Ryan Ludwig. Hot of late. The 341 average has gotten his numbers up to 268. 5 homers, 24 knocked in. 341 during a pretty productive 2 weeks. Big lead for Bruce as they don't try to keep him close. Base hit should get him home. That's a swing and a miss, 1-1. Reminder, third inning tonight. Reds general manager Walt Jocketty will join us to, among other things, talk about the signing of Raisel Iglesias, the 24-year-old Cuban pitcher, announced yesterday by the Reds, and kind of assess where the Reds are at this stage of the 2014 season. 1-2. How would you assess where this team is right now, Chris?
The Reds?
Yep.
They're in a real good place. They're healthy. They're feeling good about themselves. They're getting great starting pitching. Maybe the best starting pitching in the league right now, night after night after night. And I don't think I've seen them in a better place all year long.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Kane from the stretch. See those numbers, 8 for 22, 364 overall is Ludwig. And most importantly, 3 home runs against him. Slap foul behind the first base dugout. Hope you join us tomorrow. We'll be on the air with Reds Live at 3:30 Cincinnati time. It'll be Homer Bailey going for his 8th win against Tim Hudson, who'll go for his 8th as well. And we'll be joined tomorrow by one of the greatest Reds of all time, pitcher Jim Maloney, the Fresno Flash. Going to come in. He and his wife Lynn are going to visit with us tomorrow before the game, and Big Jim will sit with us and talk some baseball. That's always fun, Chris.
What a great guy.
Yep.
Can't wait.
2-2. Right back at Kane, and he gloves it. Might have saved a run. The Reds get their second hit, strand their first. Still scoreless. Morse will lead it off. call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. You know, over the years, varying degrees of success for the Reds. But when you add it all up in history, whether it's been Candlestick Park or here, Chris, the Reds, other than the Dodgers, have been the most successful road team to come here.
Well, that would really surprise me to know that, because it's never been an easy place for any team to come out here and play. You have the difference in time zones, of course. A lot of things working against you putting a good road trip together, but the Reds in this particular road trip on a really good one, starting in Chicago and then winning the first 2 right here in San Francisco. You win 4 out of the first 5 and you can build a little momentum.
4-1 on the trip so far. Still to come. Game tonight, game tomorrow here, and then 3 in San Diego. Here's Michael Morse to lead it off in the second. And over the years when we've come here, there have been some years that have been very difficult for the Reds on the West Coast swing. But the years when they have won and made it to the postseason, whether Brian Price was the pitching coach or Dusty Baker was the manager or whatever, they have had success on those years here on the West Coast. And hopefully that'll be the quotient they'll deal with here. No balls, 2 strikes to Morse. Hit hard down to short. Cozart gobbles it up. He struggled at times offensively, but Cozart has been rock solid defensively all year. Now time for you to tweet your photo using hashtag #OhioFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast brought to you by AT&T. You could have sent in your photo overlooking the water from Half Moon Bay today.
You mean me looking in the water for some little white thing?
Beth, the ball was right over here. Who hit more in the water, you or Beth?
Oh, probably me.
Who's the better golfer?
She is by far.
Well said. Well said. By the way, we haven't been together. Congratulations to Mac and his graduation from high school, and he's on to college.
Thank you. He's very excited. Did a great job, and very, very proud of him.
Should be. Great young man. Way out in front is Sanchez.
This is really, I think it's worth noting how important it is for a pitcher to have a great deal of change in speed. Because Simon could, if he wanted to, go out there and throw pitch after pitch at 95 and 96. But when you throw one at 77, and then you throw one maybe a pitch or 2 later at 95, it is so difficult for the hitter to adjust to it. He struck out Pablo Sandoval looking horrible on what looked like a screwball. He got Michael Morse on a fastball 95 after he threw a real slow curveball like he's done right there. So his mixture of pitches has had as much to do with his success as anything else. There's a speed range we're talking about just tonight. Normally right around 20 miles an hour, and that is a big range.
2-2. Got him, and that's strikeout number 2. That speed range looks like your radar range coming down I-75 heading to the ballpark late.
That's whether there's any barrels up or not, right? The 95 is Cowboys. The 76 is me, open territory, maybe out in Arizona. But there's a splitter. I mean, he's got plenty of pitches. And because he can throw his fastball for strikes and his curveball for strikes, hitters will chase pitches out of the zone.
Ground out, strikeout. Here's Crawford, branded in at 254. 7 homers, 36 knocked in. Just like you don't add up Zach Cozart's value as a shortstop by solely numbers, same thing for Crawford. Solid in a lot of ways. No balls, 2 strikes. He's been ahead of each hitter in this inning, 0-2. Oh, wow. What else can you do but drop the bat, lower your head, and go get your glove? Another look at the 3rd strikeout for Alfredo Simon. He's due up second when we return. Another sellout crowd. They're looking to hit 290 consecutive sellouts here on this night. Scoreless, the Reds and the Giants. And along with Chris Welch and George Graham, we welcome the general manager of the Cincinnati Reds, Walt Jocketty. Walt, great to have you with us. Nice view up here, huh?
Yeah, this is beautiful. It's great to be here. Thank you.
You can see where you used to live from here,
I
huh?
can just, that ship is passing right in front of right now.
Here's Zach Cozart to lead it off. The Reds have a couple of hits through the first two. Billy Hamilton singled but was picked off second base. Jay Bruce singled to stretch his hitting streak to 9 in the second and was left stranded. And here's Zach to lead it off with Simon due up second. Walt, let's begin with your signing yesterday of the young Cuban right-hander Raisel Iglesias. Tell us about the 24-year-old.
Well, we're very excited about getting him signed, obviously, and it was I tell you, guys, this was truly an organizational effort, a group effort to get this thing done. There's so many people involved, and we're grateful to guys that number one, the scouts that went out there, and I mean these guys really had to hustle to see this guy. And I'll guarantee you, we saw him more than any other club, and it was led by Tony Arias and Miguel Machado and Mark Snip.
Soft fly ball to right. Pence has it, one away.
But they, they went out and saw this guy several times. They saw him with the Cuban national team. They saw him with the in Mexico, and they saw him in Haiti. In fact, the guys during our draft meetings, Mark Snip and Tony Arias took 24 hours, flew to Haiti to watch the guy work out one more time before we made an offer, and flew back. And it's a real great effort. Bill Bavasi was and Bob Miller were involved a lot in getting the deal done with his representatives, and we're very, very excited about it.
Well, what are some of the things you have to overcome when you make a signing like this? A Cuban signing, a defector. He's not even in the United States yet. What are some of the things that a ball club has to think about when you make this signing?
Well, I'll tell you the other thing I should mention that one of the biggest obstacles we had was trying to get a physical. And to Dr. Kremchek and his staff, base hit center field.
How about that? He can pitch, he can hit too. Alfredo Simon bangs a single into center for the Reds' third hit. And
one of his associates, Dr. Velasquez, actually flew to Haiti and was involved with our doctor from the Dominican, and Juan Peralta, who runs our academy in the Dominican. They went to Haiti and were able to secure a facility that had MRI machines and did all the blood work and did all the scans that were necessary because we were on a short time limit. We had to get this done by July 1st, and we weren't going to be able to get him in the country to do it. So that was a huge obstacle to overcome, and luckily he passed all the tests.
Billy Hamilton sends this one into right center field. That'll drop for a hit. Hamilton's on his way to second, but Simon will stop at second, so he won't be able. He would have turned that into two, but Simon had him slam on the brake. So it's first and second for the Reds with 2 hits with 1 out here in the third.
But Chris, the other things that are involved. The physical certainly was a after effect after we got him signed and agreed to a deal. We had to do the physical, and that was certainly a struggle. But just the fact that our guys were so diligent and stayed on top of this guy, and they had to convince us that. Our scouts had to convince us that this guy could be a starter because he'd been relieving primarily the last year or so, but had started in the past. But they felt with his 4 quality pitches, his arm strength, and his durability, that he could be a starter. So there's a lot of projection always involved, but these guys, I trust our scouting department, Chris Buckley and all his guys. They do a tremendous job of getting talent in this organization. And they're the same group of guys that saw Chapman pitch, so I felt pretty confident.
He's 24 years old. My friends at USA Baseball tell me he's a tremendous athlete. He's played against the United States in youth league games. Thin, wiry.
Right.
Can you compare him to another Cuban, Aroldis Chapman?
Well, he's not as tall as Aroldis. I actually got a picture today of him.
Bounce it down to third. Sandoval will get 1. On to first. They turn 2. We'll talk more with Walt Jocketty as the Reds base runner erase. So the Reds have 4 hits through 3. Nothing to show for it so far. We're still scoreless. Cap from the Quaker State 400 tonight at the Kentucky Speedway. It's all coming up sunny in Columbus with the selection of Blue Jackets first-round pick Sonny Milano. And check out the video of Joe Harris when he was selected in the second round by the Cavs on Thursday night. Get complete coverage of all of today's action involving Ohio sports on FoxSportsOhio.com. Brought to you by 1-800-SAFE-AUTO. Drive safe, spend less. Great to have you with us, George Grand, with Chris Welch and Walt Jocketty, the general manager of the Reds. Walt, we're heading towards the All-Star break. Important West Coast trip, we know it. How do you assess where this club is right now?
Well, I think we're finally getting an opportunity to see what we thought this club was going to be like all year. And it's taken a while. We started the year with 11 guys on the disabled list and slowly got guys back. And we had a few other guys go on the DL during that period, too. But I feel very good about this club right now. I mean, we've got good momentum going. We've got guys are healthy and for the most part, and I think our pitching has been outstanding. Our starting five are I put up against anybody. The depth and the quality of our starting pitchers. So, I think we've had some issues in the bullpen, but I think that's starting to iron out a little bit and get straightened out. And I think we're going to be have some fun.
Nice play by Cozart. Adam Duvall is retired. There's one away here in the third.
Paul, do you think there's anything to, bringing a new manager in, new managerial style? You have new coaches, new pitching coach, new hitting coach, kind of for everything to kind of gel before guys feel familiar with each other?
Absolutely. A lot of guys knew Brian, obviously, in a different role, but he's done a tremendous job in really bringing in a great staff, an experienced staff, a staff that loves to teach, and they get out there and work hard with these guys every day. And you notice more conversations in the dugout, and when guys are coming off the field, you see more in-game conversations and pointing things out during an inning. And that's, I think is very important to keep it fresh in their it's fresh in their minds to work on those things. But I think it does take a period of time for these guys to get used to the whole system, and I think we're seeing that. I think they're adapting well to the team is adapting well to the staff and the staff to the team.
Phillips gobbles that up, and there's two away. Walt, you've molded 3 teams into contenders, and here in Oakland, you and Sandy Alderson did a remarkable job with Tony La Russa. In St. Louis, same story, molding a team together. Dusty Baker helped these young players learn how to win, and it's the same kind of thing with Brian's staff, to watch the way they work together and how they're trying to get the best out of this group.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Dusty did do a good job at teaching these guys while he was here, and we had a lot of success while he was here, and we've got a staff now that does work in concert quite a bit, and it's a great staff. Like I said, I see it every day, and Brian is very conscious about getting these guys, take them to dinner and get everybody together and feel like a unit, and doing things on the road that I think are important to having success and a well-oiled machine. And Brian's very good, has been proved to be a very good leader so far.
1 ball, 1 strike to Matt Cain, the pitcher.
Well, you got about 20 of the 30 ball clubs out there right now that are within 8 games of their own division first place. So that's a lot of teams that think that they're still in it.
Right.
You see this as an active trading year or not?
It's hard to tell because it's you're right. I think there's so many clubs that are in it. There hasn't been a lot of trade talk to this point, and maybe there will be in the next few weeks. We get into July, but I think there are a lot of teams. The same teams have been calling me since the beginning of the year looking for the same thing, and they're not able to find it. So I don't know how active it'll be, but it will be fun to watch.
Cain is retired. That's 4 strikeouts for Simon. Walt, sit with us for another half inning.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll be back with more from San Francisco. We're still scoreless heading to the 4th. July the 4th through the 6th at Great American Ballpark for only $12. That's Saturday, July 5th. First 20,000 fans receive a Joey Votto t-shirt thanks to John Morrell. Purchase your tickets today. Call 513-381-REDS. Visit select Kroger locations or reds.com/tickets. Great to have Joey Votto back. And, you know, who knows if he's going to be 100% all year with the quad injury that he had. But just to have him in the lineup. In talking, Chris and I talked to Bruce Bochy the last couple of days. And he said, you know, you get Bruce back healthy, you get Votto back healthy. And what Hamilton has done at the top of the order, this is a lineup people don't want to face.
No, you're absolutely right. And it's really something Mr. Castellini and I've talked about. Is when you see the whole team come back together and then finally Joey's back in there, what a difference it makes. You can just tell the rest of the lineup feels better about having him in there, and even if he is not at 100%, he's getting close, but he's such a presence in the lineup and on the club that it makes a difference having him in there.
One ball to Joey, hit a fly ball to center his first time up.
Well, we talked about a couple of the prospects that you signed, like the Cuban pitcher. What about some of the young guys that are like the two that have been invited to the Futures games, Jesse Winker and Robert Stevenson? Yeah. Give us an update on some of your better prospects.
I'll tell you, those two kids are going to be very exciting to watch in the next few years in Cincinnati. Jesse Winker was a high school draft a couple of years ago. These years all kind of run together for me, but it's at least a couple of years ago. And he is just a phenomenal talent. He's got and just a great kid. I don't know if you spent any time with him. You saw him in spring training at all, but just a great personality, very outgoing. But this guy can definitely hit. And Robert Stevenson is going to be. He's from this Bay Area, and he's going to be a great #1 starter someday.
Long, loud fly ball about 390 feet deep in center field. Votto flies out for the second time to center field.
And I've seen Robert pitch several times. I saw him earlier this year. I saw him last year at Dayton. And he just got an overpowering fastball. He gets, he's generally 94 to 96, 97, but he'll touch 100 a couple times during the game. Got a great curveball, and he needs to really rely more on his secondary pitches and stop. He uses his fastball sometimes too much, but he's it's all a learning process. He's still a young kid.
Well, you've done a great job for Bob for Delano DeShields. That Pensacola pitching staff is pretty good.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. That's you run 5 starters out there every day, got a chance to win. I'm sure Bob enjoys that. And we moved some young talent up from Bakersfield too. Seth Mejias-Breen, and along with Winker and Walren and a couple other guys that will make a difference going in the second half of the year.
It's about signing and drafting and development. The two have to work together. Chris Buckley's done a tremendous job. Jeff Grappi. I mean, everybody that's come together. Terry Reynolds has always been very valuable to you internationally and nationally. It's working in concert.
It really has. And Bill Bavasi oversees the player development, scouting, and international, and has really done a great job of pulling it all together for us, and he's got a great staff working for him.
Blanco will get there to make the catch. There's 2 away here in the 4th.
Well, other than Aroldis Chapman, and he's the closer, so let's set him aside, but you only have one other left-hander in the bullpen down there. Can this club go and perform at the level that you want it to be with only one lefty in that pen?
Well, we can, Chris, but ideally you'd like to have another left-hander. But if you have some right-handers that will get left-handed hitters out, you're okay. And I think ideally you'd like to have 2, maybe 3 left-handers in your bullpen if you can. But for the time being, we just have Manny Parra, who's capable of doing a lot.
What's the purpose of a shift and having the guy play in shallow right field if you field the ground ball and you still can't throw him out?
Beats me.
I mean, save the double.
Yeah.
Here's another look.
We'll take it.
I mean, this ball has to be right at him where he can charge it. If
he's playing depth, he's out.
That was a semi-shift. Crawford wasn't pulled anywhere near that. The other good side of this is we were mentioning it the last 2 nights to watch Jay Bruce run. For the first time in the last couple of days, you can see he's healthy. He feels good. And the way he turned the Jets on around 2nd to 3rd the day before yesterday makes you feel good.
Yeah, and you're seeing his average starting to creep up, and that's important too. He's swinging the bat. I think he feels a lot better now.
You can't get away without talking about the guy who may be the most exciting new player in the league, and that's Billy Hamilton. Every manager that we talked to says the same thing. We got to keep him off the bases or we're in trouble.
Well, they're right. He's fun to watch.
That's a liner to right by Mesoraco. So back-to-back hits for the Reds, and the Reds have 2 outs, 2 on.
You know, he has made a big difference in our offense. You know, with him. You know, and I know there's some concern going into the season and even at the start of the season, but I tried to tell people to be patient with this guy because he's got so much talent. He's too talented not to be successful. But I think he's really adapted and grown a lot faster than a lot of us thought he would, and it's fun to see because he's such a threat, and he's when he does get on base, you don't know what's going to happen. He puts a lot of pressure on the pitcher, on the catcher, and everyone else involved because of his speed, and he loves to run. He loves that speed, and he's got tremendous instincts. I mean, he knows the right time to go and when not to go, and can't say enough about what he's done to really set up our offense.
What's impressed you the most about how he's evolved this year?
I think the maturity that I've seen in him. You know, in spring training we sat down with him, told him that, you know, especially with the media, that you're going to get a lot of attention, and he did, and he's handled it like a pro, and he's never tried to put too much emphasis or focus on himself. He's tried to bring the team into it, and I think he's been really has done a great job with it. I'm just really pleased with the way he's handled himself on and off the field. He's always smiling. He's a happy kid. He brings a lot of energy to our club and in the dugout and so forth. I love to watch him play.
0-2 to Ludwig with 2 on and 2 out. Good to see him starting to feel good at the plate too.
Yeah, he's starting to figure it out real well, so it's good, fun to watch.
1-2 to Ludwig. Brussoff second. High in the air to the right side. Is there room for Duvall? He's there, and he makes the catch. So the Reds will strand 2. They've stranded 3 through 4. We're still scoreless. Walt, thanks for taking some time, and
my pleasure.
Look forward to the second half.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Back with more after this. Derek Jeter takes the field in his last All-Star game ever, what promises to be an emotional and unforgettable night. Special coverage begins at 4:30 on Fox Sports 1, followed by the 2014 All-Star game at 7:30 on Fox. It's the All-Star game. So the Reds got a base hit in the first, nothing to show for it. A base hit in the second, 2 in the third and 2 in the fourth, but so far scoreless as Alfredo Simon goes back to work. Top of the order as we go to the bottom of 4. Gregor Blanco singled in the first but was erased on a double play. That's the lone base runner that the Giants have had so far. Yeah, I think Walt made a great point, Chris, to your question about the bullpen. I think everybody, the first month, you don't know what you have. Second month, you begin to see you have some weaknesses. And you get to June and people start to look around and see what can I do internally to solve those weaknesses. You know, the Giants have done it here, bringing Duvall and Panic up because of the injuries they've had. There's a bouncer. The short. Cozart has it. Quick flip, and Votto keeps the foot on the bag. Blanco's retired. And then you get to July, and if something's going to happen, it'll be this coming month.
Well, the trading deadline, of course, at the end of July precipitates the fact that you're going to get a good deal done. You've got to do it before a guy has to go through waivers. That's why you have a trading deadline. And, you know, I'm still curious to see what the Reds really think they need. That's why I asked the question about left-handed pitching. I know that Walt Jocketty worked with Tony La Russa for a long time, and Tony was never happy until he had at least 3 left-handers in his bullpen. It gives him manager versatility. Although this pitching staff is interesting enough because their starters are so good that maybe you don't have to have the same type of bullpen that you have on other ball clubs.
Here's Pence, bounced into a 6-4-3 double play. Sky to the right side is Votto camped under it, and the wind taken for a little bit of a ride, but he hauls it in for the second out. You know, that whole equation changed a little bit with Tony Cingrani. You know, the hope was at some point in time, first as a starter and then maybe as a component to the bullpen, but now that's a question mark.
Well, he went down to Louisville, of course, and now they put him on the disabled list in Louisville with a sore shoulder. We figured that there was something maybe going on with Tony down there. And, you know, the kid's got immense talent. I mean, talk to anybody who's seen him pitch. I like talking to Mike Krukow a lot. We come out here. He's the television analyst for the Giants, and he knows pitching as well as anybody. And, man, he just pinpointed Cingrani as a guy that is a can't miss. And when Tony gets healthy, he'll be a factor. I don't know where he's going to fit in the short run, whether there's room for him in the rotation. The Reds have also signed Jair Jurgens, who pitched another really good game for the Louisville Bats today. So, you know, they have some excess arms down there, but I think that a balanced bullpen is something that managers like to have. Even if your bullpen's not getting a lot of work, you like to have them down there just in case.
And not only for the long run, it's for the short run when you get into a pennant race in the postseason. I think the Reds' loss of Sean Marshall was a critical loss for a guy that you knew could come in and get that left-hander out.
Well, that's the void that is left, because you expected him to be healthy and pitch like he can pitch. And when he was like that, boy, you had a really formidable left side of the bullpen there. You missed Sean Marshall. That's a big void to fill. You know, what do you say, George, when people ask you, all right, well, what does this Reds ball club need if you're going to improve it? Where would you do it?
I think the first thing, and we both agree to this, was good health. After 8 on the disabled list started, and then you lost 2 more. Cozart bobbles and will not be able to come up with the play. Well, if he's charged with an error, it's the first one in a month. Ball stayed down on him. It kicked off the heel of his glove.
Yeah, I think looking at this again, if Zach had maybe to do it over again, he might want to surround that ball rather than just go over there and go down and do the backhand. Didn't necessarily have to do the backhand. He's usually normally very good at it. Looked like the ball came up on him on that last bounce. But that's the difference on a backhand ball. When you backhand it and it comes up on you, it's going to bang off part of your glove, and you're going to have a hard time chasing it down. When you feel it in front of you and you knock it down, and you've got a better chance of recovery.
First error since the 26th of May. And there's a runner on first with 2 outs. So I would say, number one, health. If you keep the guys who you expect in the lineup there, I think the Reds are going to make up their distance. You know, whether it's, I don't think they're going to put together a 10-12 game win streak, but if you keep doing what they're doing, is a 2 out of 3, 2 out of 3.
Yeah, but if you were going to make them better, what would you do?
Bullpen. Left-hander. And the other side of it is, hopefully, you get Jack Hanahan back. You need a bat, a left-handed bat off the bench, so you don't have to use someone like Pena, who's your switch hitter. You need a left-handed bat. Would you agree to that?
You could use a left-handed bat with some thump, no doubt.
1 ball, 1 strike to Morse. Bounce to short first time up. Slow breaking ball misses.
This is one of those situations where you're cruising right along, and here you are in the 4th inning.
Guy makes an error behind you, but you've got a guy at the plate here that can hit it about 500 feet. You know, don't fall asleep or don't make a mistake pitch right here that's going to haunt you the rest of the game, thinking that you should be out of the inning right here.
2-1. Got in on him. It's popped up. Lovato have room. By the camera well. He got it. Joey snares it, and that gets Simon out of trouble. So the error, no harm. We're heading to the 5th. Scoreless. Simon due up second. On MLB Whip Around weeknights at 10. That's 10 Eastern on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Are you taking a cable card ride while you're here?
I have not. Probably the only time I've been to San Francisco where I didn't hop on the cable and on Powell Street and take it all the way down to the wharf.
It is pretty neat, isn't it?
Oh, it's wonderful. This is a great place to visit. I think everybody in the world is here.
You're right.
This weekend.
Walking around downtown, there's not much space on the sidewalks. Here's Cozart, flied to right first time up, and there's a whole ton of Reds fans walking around too.
Hey, we're on TV. Looking at his phone. Well, Matt Cain certainly has not pitched like a 1-6 pitcher so far tonight, and he's allowed some hits, but he has not broken when given the opportunity to give up a couple of runs.
We talk a lot about what Brian Price did with his pitching staff for the Reds over the last 4 years, and Jeff Pico, the new pitching coach as well, how it's come together. And for the Giants, I mean, there was a time, number one, they had a 9.5 game lead. That's down to 2. There was a time where their pitching staff, their starting pitching especially, was either 2 or 3 in the league, and it dropped down to 8th in the league. Their earned run average has gone up over a point. And Bruce Bochy and his pitching coach Dave Righetti got their starters together earlier this week and said, look, we got to be more efficient. We have to be more aggressive. There are the numbers right there. Since June the 9th, the ERA for the starters is over 5. Well, Tim Lincecum took it to heart, didn't he? He pitched a no-hitter in the first game back. But they need this guy. They need Cain to do that.
Well, they do, and this is a mental mistake by Cain. You go out there and you walk the number 8 hitter.
Popped up, panic out, and he'll haul it in. So faking the bunt, he pops out, and that'll bring up Hamilton. Hey, can you beat the best? Join millions of players now on the only official Home Run Derby mobile game from MLB.com. Square off against your friends from around the world live in multiplayer derby mode. Climb to the top of the leaderboards. Download today for free on Apple App Store and Google Play. I know JD's probably doing that already. Right, JD?
I'm all over it.
By the way,
yo,
we did talk to Tomas Vera and Johnny Cueto on your post-game interview last night. They knew you had garlic fries.
Well, here's the thing. I probably need at some point a translator to translate my English to Tomas and then Tomas in Spanish to Johnny at times. You know, the questions are get out there sometimes.
What are we eating tonight, JD?
Nada.
Ooh.
That's a lie.
You're disappointed. We've been watching you from up here. You're not telling us the full story.
Really?
They've got a lot of food here, JD. You've got to go out and give us a little rundown.
I'm locked in on the game. My score sheet.
I mean, is there another ballpark in the league or either league that serves Dungeness crab? Maybe in Washington they do. They've got great crab cakes there at Nationals Park. There's got to be some unique food here that you can't get anywhere else.
Well, I remember a few years back, I believe this was the first ballpark to start serving sushi.
Sushi, yep.
Yeah. So that's unique. Although other ballparks, and I believe Great American does it now as well. But you're right. There's a variety out here. This is one of the most diverse cities you will ever meet.
1 ball, 1 strike to the leadoff hitter. Billy Hamilton is 2 for 2. There's a dribbler to the right side, charging his panic, and they get him by half a step. The runner will go to second, though, so a runner in scoring position is Cozart. Billy's retired for the first time tonight.
You know, the Reds hit and run about less than anybody else in baseball. They've got a lot of straight steals, but they don't really use this play very often. And Billy Hamilton, a weak little ground ball, nearly runs it out for a base hit. But how much more can you ask? You've gotten runners up on base. You've got them in scoring position. The Reds have been one of the hottest teams in baseball with runners in scoring position recently. They just have been unable to convert tonight.
Month of June over 300 at 337 with runners in scoring position, but tonight it's been a different story. So 2 away, Cozart at second, and here's Frazier. Todd, 2 hits in 1 game, 3 in another in the first 2 of this series. Struck out and bounced into a 5-4-3 double play. We talk about the All-Star game, and make no mistake about it, the Reds from a voting standpoint will not have anyone elected to the All-Star game. No one is even close, but this guy right here certainly deserves All-Star consideration, and that may have changed a little bit this week. David Wright, not on the disabled list, but he's got a sore shoulder and will probably be out for at least a week or so, and he might not play in the All-Star game. That might open a little bit of a window.
Yeah, that's a good point, George. And the other thing I thought was very interesting, he's gotten huge support, Frazier has, from a four-time All-Star on his own team, Joey Votto, being very outspoken in an article written by a writer in Chicago that, Votto made no bones about it. This guy needs to be there based on what he's done this year. And I agree 100% with Votto on that.
In the air to right. Here comes Pence. He'll get there, and the Reds strand another runner. They've stranded 5. We're still scoreless. Those garlic fries on the way to JD. wish the center fielder had a glove like that, didn't you?
That's what the idea of the shift is. You want to make it seem like the entire infield is one big glove that you hit it into, and it doesn't work all that often, but that's about the biggest one I've seen.
Here's Hector Sanchez to lead off the fifth, hitting in the number 5 spot in the order. Now I know you can't evaluate AT&T Park the same way you would evaluate Candlestick Park, where you played when you were a major league pitcher. But as you look back on your career at Candlestick, give me the top 2 or 3 moments that you remember from the old Giant Park.
Well, I made my first ever major league start there, first appearance, and that was in front of a big crowd on a day game, and I just remember the Giants fans being into it. I mean, really into it. I remember how long that walk is from the third base visitors dugout all the way down to the little doorway where you had to go into the runway that would take you into the clubhouses. And when you got knocked out of a game, all the way walking down there, I mean, those fans were relentlessly on you. So if nothing else, you had that as extra motivation to have a decent outing there.
How about out in the bullpen? When
I got 3 hits in a game there one time.
Ooh.
I never made it past the 5th inning. You go try that sometime.
That's a line drive to left by Crawford. That's a base hit. Second hit of the night for the Giants. Blanco led off the bottom of the first with a base hit, so 1 out and 1 on. Don't forget, get ready for Reds action 30 minutes before the start of every game with Reds Live, presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing, on your exclusive home for the Reds baseball, Fox Sports Ohio. Great to have you with us. George Grant, Chris Welch, Jim Day here. Down in the truck, Josh Hall, our producer, Brian Hunterman, our director, Matt Sigafus styling up some highlights for you. Lauren White keeping us up to date with statistics like that. And of course, back in the environs of Cincinnati, Jeff Pecoro, Brian Giesenslaw will be by, not just for Reds Live pregame, but Reds Live postgame too. Dream Weaver, Ron Millenor keeping us up to date. They're at a West Coast swing where they got to stay up late again for some of these games, and they're doing a great job. And as always, thanks to the guys who do the work behind the scenes, Rob Oberberg, who always does a tremendous job of editing, and the coin man, Matty Coiner, our videographer. Trying to keep Crawford close. 1 out, 1 on, and here's Duvall.
Hey, Duvall can hit a fastball now, and he can turn on an inside pitch. And this is, again, one of those situations where, you don't want to fall asleep with a kid. Kind of first time through the league here. He just got called up recently, hit his first major league hit, which was a home run the other night.
One ball, 1 strike.
Well, that is some serious action on a 2-seam fastball. You mentioned it earlier how Alfredo Simon has gone really from a 4-seam guy to a 2-seamer, and it's opened up the world for him. I mean, he just simply threw that pitch at the knees, middle of the plate, and just let the action take over.
I think you described it perfectly. The confidence to throw that pitch, too. Something that he didn't use very much earlier. That's corked in the left. Ludwig will not get it. It'll roll all the way to the wall. Here comes Crawford at third. He'll stay there. And Duvall will have a base hit. So Adam Duvall, who hit his first major league homer as his first hit in this series, gets his first 2-base hit, a solid double to left. And there's runners at second and third with 1 out.
Now, Adam Duvall has hit the ball harder than anybody else on this Giants team in this series. Hit a home run. He ripped the ball right at Todd Frazier to end the ball game the other night. That was off of Aroldis Chapman. That time he takes a 94 mile an hour heater and he uncorks it to left field.
So a single and a double, second and third, only 1 out. The Reds will bring the infield in with Panik coming to the plate. Joe Panik in at 125, grounded to second his first time up. While Duvall got his first major league hit this week, so did Joe Panik, coming up from Fresno too. The former St. John's star called up this past week as well. Infield tight. Fouled at the plate. This is where you want your strikeout.
Well, the Reds are not willing to give up a run right here. Crawford runs about average from third. He's over there discussing right now with the third base coach Tim Flannery whether they're going to go on contact or not. Probably not where the infield is. The only guy playing back is Brandon Phillips, and he might charge with the pitch. No guarantee on that.
One strike to Joe Panic. Just miss it inside 1-1.
What do you think this guy's nickname is? Widespread?
Don't. Reds have been red hot in June, but look at the Giants' numbers with runners in scoring position.
The numbers will make you grizzled, won't they?
Mm-hmm. Each one good for an extra gray hair, huh? 2 balls, 1 strike. Now remember, Matt Cain, the pitcher's due up next. So even if you do walk it, you still got a chance for an inning-ending double play with the bases loaded. Panic and Duvall each were among the league leaders in offensive statistics at Fresno at AAA for the Giants before they were called up. 2-1. Bounce off the glove. A run will score. They'll get an out at first. Well, if he feels it, there's a real good chance that he might have had Crawford off third. But as it is, they get the out. A run does score, and the runner goes from second to third. Two away, and here comes Cain, who struck out first time up. Matt overall 200 on the season. Tries to drop a bunt down. They will get him at first. Yes. Good idea from Matt Cain. The run would have scored easily had he been able to beat it out, but the Reds give up their first marker of the night. A single, double, and a ground out. Giants lead it 1-0.
Like the awesome Hall of Fame in Cincinnati, but they do have historical displays, including a display of bats. Barry Bonds bat right here, but no Giants display would be complete without arguably the greatest all-around player of all time, Willie Mays. And George Grant, I know back in the day there's a reason why you wore number 24.
Amen. Amen. The numbers retired here in San Francisco, first at Candlestick Park, now here at AT&T Park. Include the greatest center fielder that I ever saw play, number 24, Willie Mays, number 27, Juan Marichal. Go down the list, Chris, and some great players played here. I don't think there's any doubt that the history and the tradition, well deserved. They've set up a Hall of Fame on the concourse behind us here up in the press level. And you know, JD, I think congratulations to the Giants. Almost everybody that has built a new park, they've inquired and come to Cincinnati to watch how the Reds have done it. And there is no better Hall of Fame outside of Cooperstown than what the Reds have. And they've done a pretty good job here with what they have.
Yeah, it is. It's a nice area there for the fans to see. You know, it pales in comparison to the Reds Hall of Fame, as you said. But some rich history that started in New York and now here in San Francisco. And it was pretty cool to see all those bats of all the old-time Giants.
What was your favorite number when you played, JD?
I was number 11 when I played sports. And really no other reason than I liked the number. Then Barry Larkin became number 11, and that kind of fit right in with it. He was one of my favorite players.
I heard Larkin wanted 11 because you had it, but now the story behind the story, as Paul Harvey used to say, right?
Now you know the rest of the story.
How about you, Cristoforo?
I was happy with whatever number they gave me, and I bear it all over the place. Didn't matter as long as I got a jersey. That was good by me. Amen.
Here's Joey Votto. Votto, 2 fly balls to center, one about 380 feet, the other 390 to the warning track. I always tried to line up and get 24 off Willie Mays. What an unbelievable performer, great player. And he's here a lot. Not here tonight, but he is here very often. 1 ball, 2 strikes to say, hey, kid. And, you know, you can look at his home run total, and if you talk to everybody who was here during his years in San Francisco at Candlestick, they say you should add about 150 more to 660 because of the way the wind blew in at Candlestick. 2-2. Votto fouls it off. Great history and tradition between these two teams. And the Reds of late have been pretty fortunate out here. They are now 26 and 27 at AT&T Park all time. And as we showed you earlier, other than the Dodgers, they've won more games percentage-wise than any other team in baseball. Just under 50% of the games here.
Well, that said, if you look at it just this week, if the Reds get out of here with no more than 2 wins, I think they'll be greatly disappointed, and they should be. You're catching the Giants at the right time. And I'll tell you one thing about Matt Cain. Every time he's needed an out, he's gone to the curveball. And it's been a good one. Keep those fastballs early and breaking balls late.
3rd strikeout, and he came up a little gimpy on that left knee after the swing, huh? 1 away, and here comes Phillips. Strikeout and a fly ball out. Brandon celebrating his 33rd birthday. I didn't get a chance to be with you for your birthday this year in April. Happy birthday, belated.
Well, thank you. Everybody congratulating Brandon tonight.
You share yours with a couple of pretty good players.
Yeah, Pete Rose and Greg Maddux.
Not bad, huh?
Day the Titanic went down.
3 great players. April 14th. 1 ball, 1 strike. Dribble right back to Cain. He'll take care of it. 2 away. And don't forget, reservations for the Fan Express to Reds Country are filling up fast. To get your group on board, the Fan Express, call Reds Group Sales at 513-765-7600. That's 513-765-7600. .800. Great way to come to the ballpark, and we hope you join us this coming weekend. Reds fans piling in for the 4th of July celebration. Friday the 4th, Saturday and Sunday. The Brewers come to town. There's Jay Bruce. Bruce, 2 singles to stretch his hitting streak to 9 straight. Single to center and a single into short right field. And this time they moved Panic in about 10 steps closer than he was, and they moved Crawford over to where he was last night, but wasn't the first time Bruce dribbled one through the infield.
Yeah, that plugged the gap right there with where Crawford is. That was where Bruce hit that ball that ended up being a base hit.
Let's see what happens here, and he's going to be safe. Well, he beat the shift twice on this night.
Well, I'm not so sure that Bruce Bochy thinks that he was safe. He's going to sprint out there to first base and talk to the first base umpire.
Another look.
I got a question for you, George. Not about this replay or review. They're going to wait to see if they ought to go ahead and review it, and they are. But like the play the last time that Jay Bruce was up, and he hits a ground ball which is fielded by the second baseman in shallow right field, and he's safe at first. Is that an infield hit, even though the guy fielded the ball in right field?
Sure, if the second baseman gets to it. They're going to review it, challenged by Bruce Bochy, and judging by the first look we have, it appears that Duvall kept his foot on the bag, huh? Another look. That one, it's tough to say.
These guys are watching what you're watching, which is the scoreboard, giving a look at it. We're going to get another shot, too.
And he's got the best view. There's no doubt about it. DJ Rayburn, where he is, has a perfect view of where the foot is, which from the 2 views that we have, they're imperfect views. Well, no longer are the umpires at the ball game the bad guys. You don't know who's making the call back in New York, right? Jeff Kellogg.
But it is a regular umpire crew.
Yes.
And that's really I don't think we've ever really explained it. You probably know it as well as anybody, but all these umpires, they travel around in crews and they go from city to city. All the whole year is all mapped out according to a schedule, who they'll work with when they get days off and so on. But now, as part of that rotation around, that crew that they stay together, they'll go into New York and be the review guys.
Well, they call him out, so Bruce is called out on the review from New York City. So Bruce Bochy is successful on his challenge here in the 6th. Great American Ballpark with family and friends. See your Redlegs in action live for only $12. Friday, July the 4th. Enjoy a post-game fireworks show, the best fireworks in all of baseball, presented by Popsicle. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS. Visit select Kroger locations or reds.com/tickets. A run, only 3 hits for the Giants. No errors, no runs, 6 hits and an error for the Reds. The Reds have stranded 5 as we go to the bottom of 6. Alfredo Simon allowed a base hit to Gregor Blanco in the first, but he was erased on a double play. And the Giants did not get another hit until there was 1 out in the 5th. A single by Crawford, a double by Duval, and then the infield out chased home Crawford from third, and it was 1-0 Giants, and that's where we are. Blanco in the leadoff spot and in center field. The Giants, like the Reds, have had their problems and woes with injuries so far. Now, make it clear that the key offensive component that the Reds have at the top of the order is Billy Hamilton, and the Giants severely miss Angel Pagan. Grounded down to short, 1 away. Pagan's on the DL with a bad back. Brandon Belt has had a broken finger. He's recovering, and Marco Scudero is also on an injury rehab too. I don't think there's any doubt, Chris, that the Giants really miss Pagan.
Well, they miss Pagan. They miss Belt to give him some power. I think you hit it right on the head right there. They also miss, some of their pitchers being the pitchers that they used to be. There's Brian Sabian, the general manager of the Giants, but you can't argue with what he's done over the last few years. World Series winners in 2010, World Series winner in 2012. When you do that often, your fan base gets a little spoiled. I don't realize how difficult it is to do what the Giants have done. And really, if you look at those teams on paper, 2010, 2012, you would say there's no way that these Giants teams are the best team in baseball, but they end up winning the World Series. They learned how to win when they had to.
Here's Hunter Pence. Breaking ball, drops in for a strike, bounced into a double play and popped out 0 for 2.
This guy's looking to yank one. I mean, all you've got to do is look at his front foot. He's got an open stance. He never really gets it back to square. He's hoping that you leave something up and out over the plate. And he's plenty strong enough.
1-2. Bounce towards short. Cozart got it. 2 away. You saw the picture of Brian Sabian up in his general manager's booth, one of the most respected general managers in all of baseball. Chris, we've known him, you and I, for 30 years, and there is the new world of statistical analysis, and the best general managers, Walt Jocketty is one of them, find a way to meld that with real life baseball. And there's a general manager and a manager here in San Francisco that do exactly that. Bochy and Sabian. 17 years he's been here, and he's taken this club to the postseason 6 times and 3 World Series appearances.
And they're completely different personalities.
Yes.
I mean, I think everybody's on board with it now. Some more than others. I'll never forget what Barry Bonds told me one time, though. I asked him why he was hitting home runs and getting the ball into the air. He'd always been a line drive hitter. All of a sudden, he's hitting the ball in the air for homers. He looked at me, and now all of a sudden, everybody was talking to quiet. They looked. He says, one word answer: talent. And that was kind of the end of the interview.
Mm-hmm.
I said, oh, that makes sense. I said, well, you got it. And he did. I know he's been tied with every PED out there, but my opinion, Barry Bonds ought to be in the Hall of Fame, and he had the swing perfected, at least as far as a modern day ball player.
You couldn't throw him a strike, could you?
No, he'd see one strike a night, maybe, and when he did, he'd launch it.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Sandoval, who's 0 for 2. Reached on an error and struck out. I knew his dad, Bobby Bonds, very well, and Bobby had a checkered past early in his career with difficulties. By the time he ended, he was maybe one of the top 2 or 3 hitting coaches in all of baseball, and he changed his life around. I mean, he was such a mentor to so many people, and you hope that Barry reaches that same level too. He could be a tremendous hitting coach. He has great knowledge of the game, and maybe that'll come to pass. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Miss it inside.
A lot of the problem now, not the problem, but one of the considerations now with players is that they've made so much money during their playing career that they don't have to hang around and coach.
Yep.
And that's one reason why in decades past, some of the best ball players would hang around for another 20 years and be coaches and managers because they had to. Now you get 2 good years in the show and you're set.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. That's ball 4. You know, and speaking of that, I mean, Jeff Bagwell came back in Houston to be a hitting coach for half a season and decided he wanted to spend more time with his kids. Sean Casey was offered a hitting job in the major leagues, but he wanted to spend more time with Mandy and the kids. So
you can
priorities change.
Oh, you can afford to do it.
Sure.
Back in the day, you couldn't afford to do it. We're talking about back in the days when big leaguers had jobs in the offseason.
Yep.
Well, Barry Bonds gave Michael Morse a pretty good tip about a week ago. Morse was really struggling. Looked at him, been watching ball games, and came out to the ballpark one day, and Morse said, "What do you think I'm doing?" He said, "Well, your back leg is collapsing." And Morse thought that was a tip that he needed.
And this guy has remained healthy. He has been a productive player. He's in at .281 this year. 13 homers, 44 knocked in. 0 for 2 tonight. A ground out and a pop out. 1 ball with Sandoval down at first. Short lead for Sandoval. Here's the 1-1. Jammed him, and it's 1-2. Catcher Hector Sanchez on deck. Into the 6th. Here's the 71st pitch of the night. That's in the dirt. Great block by Mesoraco. Boy. Sandoval was 2 steps towards second and slammed on the brakes.
This is one of those that is a most difficult of all. A breaking ball that's in the opposite batting box. It's going to spin one way, but actually bounce the opposite way. But the only way you know you're going to block it is you get your whole body out there and you try to smother it.
2-2. And the dirt again, blocked again, and for the second straight batter will go full 3-2. Put your throw on 2-2. Do you throw on 3-2?
I'm just keeping the ball out of his hot zone. I'm not letting Michael Morse, the number 4 hitter in this lineup, and it's somewhat of a lineup that's down right now, be the guy that hurts me.
3-2 away. Sandoval will be off and running. He is. That's fouled at the plate. Don't forget, hope you join us tomorrow. Homer Bailey goes for his 8th win of the year against 7-game winner Tim Hudson for the Giants, on the air with the Reds Live pregame with Jeff Pecora and Brian Giesenslaw at 3:30 tomorrow afternoon, Cincinnati time. And it's on to San Diego. Matt Latos returns to San Diego to pitch against Jesse Hahn on Monday. Tuesday it's Mike Leake against Ian Kennedy. 9:30 with Reds Live. And then Wednesday it's Johnny Cueto against Tyson Ross. Day game. Reds Live at 3 o'clock. And home after the off day, Friday, Saturday, Sunday against Milwaukee. 3-2 runner going again. Rip, but caught. A bullet, but right at Cozart. So a walk, no harm. The Reds still trail 1-0. Mesoraco leads it off, and we return. Ohio being brought to you by JTM Food Group. Let's create great dishes together. Buy Toyota. For over 30 Toyota offers, visit buyatoyota.com. And buy B-Dubs. Kick off your afternoon at B-Dubs with the best seats outside of Brazil this summer. Buffalo Wild Wings, wings, beer, and sports. Speaking of Brazil, congratulations to the host team Brazil as they won over Chile today in the World Cup. Did it on penalty kicks after they were almost eliminated with seconds of regulation remaining. And Colombia was a winner over Uruguay. New left fielder for the Giants, Juan Perez, will come in, taking over for Morse. So on the bench, left-hand hitting Tyler Colvin. Perez enters the game. Brandon Hicks, Joaquin Arias, and of course Posey still available for Bruce Bochy from the right side. Here's Matt Cain as we head to the 7th. Mesoraco to lead it off, Ludwig, and then Cozart.
You know, you don't often see defensive replacements this early in the ball game, and unless Michael Morse hurt himself, Bruce Bochy, realizes that this may be the only run his team gets, and they better make it hold up. That's why they're putting in a defensive sub out there.
Another long fly ball to center. Mesoraco's 1 for 3. A single last time up.
Another out on a curveball.
Over 1,500 wins for that guy. He's been, in our era, Chris, maybe the most underrated manager in baseball. I mean, every other manager that you talk to, you say, who are the managers you respect the most? His name is always on the list.
1,500 wins when you consider the 2 teams he's managed. Not like he's been running out the New York Yankees. He was in San Diego for half the time and the rest of the time up here.
20th year, 8 in San Francisco. Popped down the right field line and into the seats. Veteran coaching staff, your longtime friend and the guy who performed your wedding, Tim Flannery, down at 3rd.
Yeah, the Flan man goes where Bochy goes.
Yep. Either as a third base coach or a broadcaster.
Yeah.
Great Yankee pitcher Dave Righetti. the pitching coach here prior to Bochin, and he continues to be here. Ron Wotus, Mark Gardner, outstanding pitcher in his own right. There's Roberto Kelly in the middle.
I agree with you on Ron Wotus. There's Wotus.
Yep.
I can't believe he hasn't gotten really down to like the final 1 or 2 or 3 in manager interviews. I really can't believe he's one of the best baseball guys around.
Yep. But the other side of it, he was interviewed in Seattle this past year. Ludwig takes a fastball inside 1-2. You get to the point where you're happy where you are.
You got to be careful what you ask for.
Yeah, exactly. Whitey Herzog always said it. It's not the first job, but the right job. And he's so true. Don't take a job where you don't have a chance to win. Take the one that is the right one for you. Miss it inside is Kane. Oh, when you came into tonight, the one guy who had numbers against Kane is Ludwig. 8 for 22 and 3 home runs, and the Reds could use a big swing right here. 2-2. Another breaking ball trying to get him, huh?
Well, he threw that fastball down and in pitch before. You got to figure that was going to be a breaking ball. Even getting down the bottom of the order, he doesn't want to walk the tying run. He's only walked one batter tonight, and that was to lead off the 5th inning, Zach Cozart.
Guessing along another breaking ball?
I think he's throwing another breaking ball right there. And there it is, ball 4.
So 1 out, 1 on, and here comes Cozart. And as you continue to tweet your photos using the hashtag #OhioFanPhoto, here's tonight's fan photo of the game brought to you by AT&T. Since you didn't send a picture from Half Moon Bay with you and Beth, we'll take the Tanner photo. Beautiful. A couple of great Reds fans. Thanks for joining us. Action down in the bullpen for the Giants for the first time tonight. Jeremy Affeldt, the former Red lefty, starts to loosen. Sam LeCure starting to loosen in the Reds bullpen. We're down to the 8th spot in the order with Simon Dew up next. Short lead for Ludwig. And Sanchez will go out and chat with him.
Well, Zach Cozart has been all over this game defensively. I think he's been in more defensive plays in this ball game than any other game so far this year. He led the inning off in the 5th with a walk, but the Reds really haven't been able to do much with Kane really since they had a couple of runners on back in the 4th inning. Now, there was a while that Matt Cain was one of the best pitchers in baseball. Between 2005 and 2012, he won 85 and lost 78. His earned run average was down the low 3s. So they gave him a big extension. Now he's signed through 2017. I mean, making big bucks. So they're hoping that this little blip of him going 1-6 so far this year is exactly that, a temporary blip.
I mean, you had Lincecum and Kane, 2 young pitchers. You thought you were in the money for a long time.
And you thought it would last forever.
Yep. 2-1. Hop back and out of play. Perfect game.
So Kane
3-time All-Star.
So Kane's now 29. He'll be 32 when that contract is done. The Giants have an option for him in 2018 when he's 33. But this deal is going to pay him, that's the $100 million deal that has been very popular, that you just keep your fingers crossed that the pitcher that you signed to that stays healthy.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Ludwig off first. Almost clipped his shoulder. Will go full 3-2. LeCure loosened and ready with Simon Dew up next and Pena in the on-deck circle.
Would not surprise me at all to see Ludwig going here on a 3-2 pitch.
A little bit bigger lead for Ludwig. He's going. Pitch is a called strike. The throw to second. It will be a strike him out, throw him out, double play.
Wow.
Well, you live by the running. You sometimes die by the running. Reds get a base runner, nothing to show for it. Still trail 1-0. Park. This outdoor suite features all-inclusive food and a beverage package, flat panel TVs, and luxury furnishings courtesy of Frontgate. Host your group of 30 to 48 people in one of the most unique hospitality areas of the ballpark. Reserve today by calling the Reds Group Sales Department at 513-765-7600. Every new ballpark has some special places, and the Frontgate suite just super at Great American Ballpark. Well, the Reds have had their chances tonight. A leadoff hit by Hamilton. He was picked off after he got to second and stole a base. A one-out hit by Bruce. That's a bouncer wide of first. Votto has it. And Sanchez was retired for the first out of the seventh. The Reds had back-to-back one-out base hits in the third, but Frazier bounced into a double play to end that threat. And with 2 outs in the fourth, back-to-back hits by Bruce and Mesoraco, but Ludwig flied out. In the fifth, a walk, stranded, and in the seventh, a walk and the strike him out, throw him out double play. While all that was going on, Alfredo Simon, Chris, has done what he's been doing almost all year. He's allowed only 3 hits, but that one run, the one run came in the fifth. Single, double, and then a ground out, plating the run.
Well, it's been a while since the Reds offense has been throttled the way it has been tonight by Matt Cain. Simon really could have more than 10 wins had the Reds given him a little bit more run support. Matt Cain would have more than 1 if the Giants would give him any kind of run support. Yeah. He's even getting fewer runs than Simon, but you had to figure going in it's going to be a good pitching duel. It's a surprise last night that the Reds jumped over Madison Bumgarner the way they did. They scored as many runs and kind of put that game out of reach.
Hey, don't forget, after every Reds game, Fox Sports Ohio will break down the game, bring you the first interviews with Brian Price and the players from the clubhouse. Reds Live brought to you by Performance Kings Honda. Jay Bell next to Brian Price, the Reds bench coach. Talk about 2 guys who really work hand in glove. It's those 2, and you know, their friendship goes way back and really intensified when they were together in Arizona.
You know, one of the things that happened by that double play ball, it allowed Brian Price to send Alfredo Simon back out there again. He would do that in a second because the third time through the lineup, Alfredo Simon sees the team. There is no familiarity advantage to the offense. They're hitting 189. We showed you that quick graphic, and it's a 1-2-3-7. Alfredo rolling right along.
Simon due up first. Reds need a run. Pitched well enough to be a winner on this night, but so far he's come up short. He struck out 4 Giants. Matt Cain, meanwhile, using that breaking ball, has been lethal on this night. He's held the Reds scoreless. Bullet shot from Duvall into the left field corner, put runners at second and third, and Joe Panik, the young second baseman, dribbled one back to Simon. If he catches it, they've got the runner. He doesn't, and a run scores. And that's the difference in the ball game right now. And Simon's night is done. It goes 7 innings, allows only 3 hits. The single by Blanco in the first, and back-to-back hits, a single by Crawford and a double by Duvall. And as we go to the 8th, with Pena due to come up and hit, it'll be it for Matt Cain, and Jeremy Affeldt, the former Red, will come in. Nice round of applause for Cain. Time for our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. You're watching Reds baseball. Shy of 100 pitches, and Chris, he's had a year where he's had difficulty getting run support. Tonight he didn't need it.
Yeah, you know, we said at the very onset, George, that Matt Cain is a lot better pitcher than that 1-6 record shows. He's just been a little bit off, and we're going to make him our John Morrell player of the game tonight. Even though this game has got a couple of innings to go, Kane came up with big pitches when he had to, and right now holds a 1-0 lead.
He gives way to former Red Jeremy Affeldt, our John Morrell hot dog player of the night. The dancing dog delivered, as did Matt Cain. Well, here's Affeldt.
You know, any way you cut this, if you're the Reds, you got to be happy about this. Get Kane out of there. I mean, he was dealing. And his bullpen has been very good, though, and of course, it's one reason why the Giants are always going to be hanging in there, because they do have a solid bullpen. You start ranking them around the rest of the league, and you realize that it's one of the better bullpens around overall. The 17-8 earned run average, third in the league. They don't walk anybody. They strike out not all that many, but they just don't give up very many runs. So you're going to turn Brian Pena around, right-handed, to a spot that he's only batting about 189 from. That's his pinch hitting numbers overall, but remember, he's a switch hitter. So they wanted to turn him around, and that's why Bochy made the move.
And two lethal lefties in this bullpen, Affeldt and Javier Lopez. That's a call, strike 3. First strikeout for Affeldt.
Well, they kind of lulled him to sleep with a bunch of slow breaking balls and then zipped one in there on him. Affeldt's always had a really good arm. I remember he came into camp one year with the Reds. He wanted to be a starter.
Yep.
That didn't last very long. They said, "You sure you want to be a starter?" He said, "Bullpen's okay." And he's had himself a really fine major league career.
And he wound up with 74 appearances that year out of the Reds bullpen. That really resurrected his career.
It's a big old breaking ball right there. I mean, he's always had a big arm.
What he does for the Giants is what Sean Marshall did for the Reds when he was healthy. Here's Hamilton. You know, he came in with a big breaking ball. He would get out your left-handers, and he could get right-handers out too. Another switch hitter. Hamilton bats from the left side, the right side against this lefty. Hamilton tonight singled to center, bounced to short, bounced to short. In tied at first and third. Looking for a possible bunt from Billy Hamilton. Two balls, one strike.
It wouldn't be a bad idea, really. I've always thought that from the right side, Billy Hamilton just squirts that ball on the right side of the infield, and if you can make the first baseman field it somewhere around here, you're going to beat him to the bag, and you're certainly going to beat Jeremy Affeldt to the bag.
And there's no way where panic is that he would beat him to the bag either.
But that breaking ball that comes in so hard that Affeldt likes to throw to right-handers, that's not an easy pitch to push bunt, because he drops it right on your back foot. You're almost looking for a guy that likes to throw outside fastballs, and you go with it. Norris Hopper did that about as well as anybody in the big leagues.
Automatic. 2 balls, 2 strikes. To Hamilton. Blue to right, but there is Pence. And the out made. Tonight's Steel Power Tool performer, Todd Frazier. 14-game hitting streak. And before he comes to the plate, Bochy will come out and bring his right-hander in. Casilla will come in, and while Casilla comes in, we'll take time out for these messages. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio.
It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
Back at AT&T Park, the 290th consecutive sellout, 41,000 plus at the ballpark, and Todd Frazier's 14-game hitting streak against the Giants on the line. He struck out, bounced into a double play, and flied out. All told during that streak, 462, 4 homers and 5 doubles. Our steel power tool performer, and the Reds hope for a big jolt right here. Is the new pitcher for the Giants, Santiago Casilla.
He's a right-hander who is awfully tough overall, 160 batting average, but when you're talking about facing right-handed hitters, he's even better than that. That batting average down around 140. That's Johnny Cueto territory there.
That's a strike, 2-1. Frazier 2 for 2 in his matchups with Casilla. Two and 1. Breaking ball drops in there, 2-2.
Well, he's got two different kinds of breaking ball. That's the curve ball there, a little bigger break. He's got a little tight slider too. You can see that arm slot. Tough to pick up.
2-2, 2 outs. Hit pretty good to center. Back is Blanco looking up at the warning track. He'll haul it in one step from the wall. Shoot.
Boy, he tried to get cute. Frazier almost burned him.
Good swing. Put a hit on it. Track down at the track. Still 1-0 Giants.
Bailey. Ground ball to third. Frazier gloves. Throw to first, and Homer Bailey, for the second time in his major league career, has tossed a no-hitter.
Great memories, great moments from July of last year. Tim Lincecum, of course, 2 no-hitters. Homer Bailey, 2 no-hitters. Tom Brenneman's call, and don't forget tomorrow, a couple of great right-handers go at it. Homer will go for his 8th win of this year, and Tim Hudson will go for his 8th win of this year as well. We'll be on the air with Reds Live at 3:30. Select company, huh? 2 no-hitters.
No doubt about that. In fact, the Giants think that Homer Bailey probably has the best stuff in history. The way he has just dominated them. And that last part of that no-hitter, I mean, the 8th and 9th innings when he was throwing like 98 miles an hour high fastballs, they had no prayer at all. Sam McCure comes in to take over for Alfredo Simon, who had another typical, terrific Alfredo Simon night. 7 innings, 1 run, 3 hits overall for Alfredo Simon, and he threw 80 pitches in 7 innings.
Efficient. Reds just couldn't get runs. Panic sends this one into left. That's a base hit. Ludwig will track it down. So Joe Panic has his first hit of the night. He grounded out last time up back to the pitcher Simon, and that, as the ball glanced off Simon's glove, allowed the go-ahead run to score. So Panic is on.
He's hit
Lead
the ball
off hitter.
hard.
Yep.
Hit it hard off right back at Simon. That was the only run of the ball game that he produced with that little fielder's choice. And hit that one very hard. Could not afford to give the Giants another run here.
With Sergio Romo loosening in the bullpen, the closer for the Giants, here comes Tyler Colvin to pinch hit in the 9th spot, the pitcher's slot. Wide of second. They'll get one on to first. Yes, sirree. They turn 2. Great start by Phillips, and a tremendous turn at an odd angle for Cozart. Turns the ground ball over the bag into 2.
Man, can these guys work together or what? I mean, Phillips on his birthday flips it right on schedule, and there's the double play. That's a big one right there.
Outstanding turn for the Reds, and the base runner erased. Back to the top of the order, Blanco.
You know, they're like a comedy team.
Yeah.
You got a straight man, Cozart, and you got the comedian, you know, the live wire, and Brandon Phillips. And they work beautifully together.
And on the other side, same way with Cozart and Frazier. I mean, how often have we seen the play they turned last night with the ground ball in the hole to get the runner at third at least 3 or 4 times this year? And talking to Cozart after the game last night, he said, you know, we both acknowledge that on a ground ball into the hole, it's automatic for us. Frazier will head to third, and no matter who the runner is, slow or fast, I'll try to get the out at third. And they got it last night. So the base is clean now, and here's Blanco, 1 for 3, a single. I mean, how good was Simon tonight? He allowed a leadoff hit in the first. That base runner was erased on a double play. Retired the final out of the first. Had a 1-2-3 second, a 1-2-3 third. Cozart committed an error to allow a base runner to reach in the 4th, but other than that, it was a clean inning. And with 1 out in the 5th, that's when the trouble came. A base hit by Crawford to left, a hard hit double by Duvall to the wall, put runners at second and third, and then the line drive back off Simon's glove allowed the go-ahead run to score, and that's where we are, 1-0. There's Sergio with his bullpen coach, Mark Gardner. Hit hard and off the glove of Phillips into right, a base hit. Well, Blanco gets his second hit of the night. A 2-out base runner, and here comes Pence. Gold Glover Phillips couldn't do magic on that one, and a 2-out base runner, and here comes Hunter. Pence tonight bounced into a double play, popped up and grounded out.
Yeah, that's the pitch right there. That's the only one that Pence is really going to be able to give Gregor Blanco to try to steal a base. I mean, he took a fastball right down Broadway right there. So now you pitch to get Pence out. Got to keep it down. You got to keep it away. If you let Pence hurt you, you got to make him go the other way with it. But he is very good at taking a pitch up in the zone and driving it all over in this ballpark.
Pence 2 for 8 and a homer against LeCure in their matchups. And don't rule out a run for Blanco. There he goes. Here comes the throw from Mesoraco in the dirt, and they get him.
Mesoraco on the money.
A rifle shot right to the feet of Blanco.
Here comes Bochy.
Bochy will come out.
Sprinting out of the dugout again.
This one looks like the umpires may be asked to review. We'll see what is said. Let's see.
Might be close.
We'll hold it here.
Think.
Umpire review. Bochy and Pat Holberg. Bochy can ask, and of course the umpires have to. He's looking into the dugout to see if there will be a review, and the umpires will agree to review. It's an umpire review.
Well, you know what I don't understand about that process is that the umpires did not decide whether to review this or not until they looked into the dugout and saw whoever it is give the signal thumbs up or thumbs down. Why don't the umpires get together and say, well, we're going to either review this or not, Boch, but we're not going to go by what your video guy says as to whether we review it.
Yeah, I think that's. They had one challenge left because they did get the first one right.
Yeah, so they do have another one. Okay.
So. And Bochy's been pretty successful this year. I think he was 13 of 18 coming into tonight. So after the first challenge, he's 14 of 19, which is one of the better percentages of any manager.
Well, I was stunned really that Pence would give Gregor Blanco a second pitch in which to steal.
There's Billy Hamilton talking to Gregor Blanco, talking about head first or feet first. And you know, Billy, Chris, we talk about Billy's impact, and he's more comfortable going hands first, but you figure over the long haul, for his size, he's got to learn how to be comfortable sliding feet first.
He'll slide feet first, but what he says is that when he gets a good jump, he goes feet first. When he doesn't get a good jump, he goes hands first. I think as long as he wears that little protective sleeve that they cover your fingers with so you don't break your hand or break your fingers, that'll help him.
Now reviewing back in New York on the play at second. Second base umpire at Holberg along with Kellogg to Crucci. Another look. Tough to tell from that angle. This angle.
Out.
Worth the shot from Bochy's standpoint after winning the first one here in the 8th inning. His second. Out.
They should have just asked me.
We'll get the phone plugged in for tomorrow. The call will stand. Bochy loses this one, so now he's, after winning the first, he loses the second, and that'll wrap it up. Last round up for the Reds. They trail 1-0. Only had great pitching, but their offense has come alive. On this night, great pitching by Matt Cain and the bullpen. Affelt and Castillo has held the Reds scoreless, but they've got the meat of the order coming up. Votto, then Phillips, then Bruce, as we go to the ninth inning to face the closer for the San Francisco Giants, Sergio Romo. Chris. Votto 0 for 1 against Romo in their matchups. Joey tonight, 2 fly balls, 1 to the warning track, 1 right in front of the warning track in center, and he struck out last time up.
Hard to recognize any of these Giants closers and late inning pitchers without that full beard that they used to fear so much here at AT&T Park. They finally found a razor blade here, but he remains a slider machine. He likes it and throws it a lot. Lefties or righties, it doesn't matter.
They play Votto even up. Joey 0 for 1 in his matchups with Romo. Phillips 3 for 8, no homers. Bruce 1 for 4 and no home runs.
You know, Votto's the kind of guy that likes to drive the ball left center field, but when you're facing a slider pitcher, it might be the time to get the head out.
Aroldis Chapman up and loosening if the Reds should turn this game around. Out in front, 2 balls, 1 strike, and Sanchez got the worst of that off his leg. Already today, Milwaukee beat Colorado 7-4, and the Dodgers beat St. Louis 9-1. In that game, Zach Greinke won his 11th game of the season.
Yeah, they're giving Hector Sanchez some time behind the plate, but that last swing by Votto showed a real kind of a gimpy leg of his own.
Similar to his swing and miss earlier in the game. Looked like he may have tweaked that left quad that has bothered him on and off for the last couple of months. 2-1.
Not a lot of drive in that swing.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Almost all upper body.
Two. Missing wide, will go full. Stretching the left leg. It's that back leg, the quad muscle above the knee, that placed him on the disabled list this past month. Breaking ball misses, and the Reds have a leadoff runner on here in the 9th inning.
Well, we like this at bat by Joey Votto so much, we're going to review it again. Our Mazda pitch by pitch. A lot of sliders in this at bat. He misses, gets down 2-0, and then he comes right there with a little bit of a sinking fastball. Another one comes right after Votto, and after a couple of weird swings, Votto coaxes a walk, just missing on that backdoor slider. Our Mazda pitch by pitch. Votto on to lead the inning off.
And here comes Brandon on his birthday night. Phillips a strikeout, a fly ball out, and a bouncer back to the pitcher. Another dose of a slider for strike 1. 3 for 8 against Romo in their matchups.
You know, and his slider is kind of like a frisbee slider. He gives you a fast arm, and the ball lags, and it just keeps biting away from you, almost like the one that Bronson Arroyo made right-handed hitters look foolish for so many years.
0-2. And that's no embarrassment. This guy has held right-handed batters to under a 200 batting average in his 7 years in the major leagues. 31 years of age. That slider will get you off balance. Right-hander's 188 against him. Setting up down and away is Sanchez. And they hold on. In fact, since 2008, he's number 2 in all of Major League Baseball.
And that's because hitters can't lay off that pitch. It's a pitch that appears to be a strike and then becomes a ball. Of course, with 2 strikes now, you can't take that chance. But he didn't like to throw it for a called strike.
1-2. Short lead for Votto. Trying to get him to go fishing again. You stay out there, or does he risk trying to come inside against Phillips?
No.
2-2. Brandon has risen to the occasion so many times on major moments, whether it be birthday nights or not. Reds hope he can do it again. 2-2. Rip but foul past third base coach Steve Smith.
Well, he didn't mean to throw it in there. Romo has not had exactly a stellar year so far. 30 innings, he's given up 5 home runs. That's not a good stat for a closer. That means when he hangs the slider, it usually gets jumped on.
Number 6 can turn this game around. 2-2. This hit high in the air to left. Going back, looking up, gonna be gone. Happy birthday, Brandon Phillips. He'll take the slow trot around the bases here at San Francisco. What a way to celebrate birthday number 33 for number 4. Mom and Dad in the stands. They came for his birthday trip, and he delivers, Chris.
Well, he's the one that blew the candles out with that one. They're heading for the exits. We just talked about it. I mean, he has given up some home runs, Romo has, and if he hangs a slider right there, it is right in Phillips' wheelhouse. And our Nissan drive of the game. Baya! Brandon Phillips. That's what I'm talking about.
Sitting and waiting, his second home run of the series, number 7 on the season, and the Reds have turned this one around and lead it 2-1. How many times has he done it with the glove, and how many times has he risen to the occasion with the bat, Chris? Here's another.
All those garlic fries consumed here tonight have all of a sudden left a bad taste.
But a sweet taste for number 4. Here's Jay. Now, we remarked, and look at that dugout. I mean, look at the way that dugout turned around. 8th career home run at AT&T Park. That's the second most of any road park. And for a guy that doesn't come here often, remember, the Reds only make 1 trip a year. How about that for a birthday present?
Right now, the Reds can do no wrong.
Well,
it's not always going to be like this,
no.
but you might as well have fun while it lasts.
Big swing from Brandon, and the Reds lead it 2-1.
And you know who is getting up in the Reds bullpen.
He's been tossing lightly. Now he's starting to go to heavy work. He would come in for the 3rd consecutive day. Aroldis Chapman bounced down to first. I mean, Phillips always has a smile, but is that smile a little wider tonight?
Well, you know, if you looked at the first 2 pitches that he swung at, which were way out of the zone, you really didn't give him much of a chance at all. But he's become such a good 2-strike hitter. Hanging right in there. Worked him until he got one that he could handle.
2-2. Swing and a miss. Bruce retired. That's the first out of the inning. So a walking around tripper. And that'll bring up Mesoraco. Jay tonight, 2 hits to stretch his hitting streak to 9. So 2 for 4 night. Well, Brandon saved his best for last, his last at bat of the night, and now it'll be up to Chapman to try to nail it down. Here's Mesoraco tonight. Popped up, single to right, fly to center. I mean, the offensive numbers for this guy impressive. They are all-star worthy. Whether he makes the all-star game, certainly a question mark. Yadier Molina will get voted in, and make no doubt about it. I mean, the year that Jonathan Lucroy has had, he deserves to be an all-star too. He's had a tremendous year for Milwaukee. But Mesoraco may still get the call. 2-0. More importantly, what he's done is solidify his role on this club in this first half of this year, Chris. Boy.
Well, he's taking control, and that's what they wanted him to do. They thought that he could be the everyday catcher, and he has taken that challenge and been right there. Romo about to deliver pitch number 21, and he's got all of one out.
3-0. That's a strike. You know, things come to fruition at the major league level, and Mesoraco credits Don Long with working with him and his approach. Behind the plate, his growth at AAA has been remarkable. Here's the 3-1. That's hit high in the air to left. Back at the edge of the warning track, looking up with room.
Wrong ballpark.
Wrong ballpark tonight. Perez hauls it in for out number 2. You know, we talk about the offensive exploits of Mesoraco, but give credit to Rick Sweet and Corky Miller for his growth behind the plate too in his time in the minors. Chris, boy, he didn't miss that one by much, did he?
Team effort.
Well, here's Ludwig. Lined out, flied out, and walked. Over in the WLW radio broadcast booth next to us, Jeff Brantley, the former closer for the Reds and a member of the Giants Walk of Fame, would always say, you know, I'll pitch every day if I get a chance to get a save, and that's the storyline for Aroldis Chapman tonight. If he comes in tonight, it would be his third consecutive appearance in this series and his 4th consecutive appearance overall. One and one. Another ball high in the air.
He's got him
but
popping
at
up.
the warning track, there'll be room. But the damage done. Joey Votto keeps the line moving with a walk, and then Brandon Phillips celebrates with a home run. Home run for Phillips, number 7, his 8th here at AT&T Park, and it's up to Chappie to leave him happy. From the city by the bay, Cincinnati Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio is being brought to you by Chevy. Visit your tri-state Chevy dealer today. And by Cincinnati Children's Hospital, ranks 3rd in the country on United States News and World Report's 2014 Best Children's Hospitals. Now the storyline written, the first part of it by Brandon Phillips. He pulls the Reds from a 1-0 deficit to a 2-1 lead with a top of the 9th inning home run. And JD, it's up to Brandon Phillips' teammate Aroldis Chapman to close it out, and he's appearing in his 4th straight game.
Yeah, it was very interesting what Brian Price had to say before today's game. He was asked about that very thing, about him going 3 or 4 days in a row. And he said Aroldis Chapman came up to him in spring training and said, "Skipper, I want to be available for you every day that you need me. I am going to get in shape so that I can be there for you." Now, obviously, he's not going to pitch every day, but we're seeing the evolution of Aroldis Chapman. In previous years, when he would go 3 or 4 days in a row on the back end, he wouldn't be as effective. He's not getting rattled when he gives up a hit or a walk. And last night is the quickest I've ever seen him warm up. In the past, you couldn't use him in the middle of an inning because it took so long for him to warm up. Last night he warmed up quickly, came in mid-inning. We are seeing the evolution and the maturity of Aroldis Chapman, and Brian Price is really singing his praises today.
Well, he won't have an easy road of it. Pence, Sandoval, and then probably Posey will pinch hit. And he's behind here 2-0, Chris.
Well, it's going to be an inning in which he will rely more probably on his off-speed stuff than he normally does. Now, the good news is he's done that a lot this year so far. He's broken out a changeup that he's never used before this year. He just missed with a slider right there to Pence. So what we've seen out of Chapman over the years is that when he is used 3 days in a row, or even like now 4 days in a row, that fastball that's normally 100 miles an hour drops down into the high 90s.
2-0. Swing and a miss. Pence does him a favor.
He was hacking at anything there.
Pence bounced into a double play, popped up and grounded out 0 for 3.
Maybe that's the only way you catch up with a high fastball is you just start swinging as his arm comes through.
2-1.
If you wait too long, that's what happens.
Pence in his career is 1 for 1 against Chapman. Sandoval 0 for 4. And Posey 2 for 4. Heisey in the game in left defensively. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Yes, missing down and in. Well, we'll go full 3 and 2.
Forget what I just said about his fastball dropping off. That was 102.
2 runs, 7 hits for the Reds. A run, 5 hits for the Giants. Here's the 3-2. A bouncer through the hole in right, and the Giants get the potential tying run on. Well, Pence is 2 for 2 against Chapman in their matchups. And here comes Sandoval. Chapman faced Sandoval last night, and he bounced a ball into the hole on the left side that Cozart made an outstanding play on and got Pence trying to advance to third with runners at first and second. They got the force at third. That was the first batter he faced, and then he struck out Morse to end the game. Sandoval 0 for 4 against him. Pence 7 stolen bases down at first. Haven't seen it often of late, Chris, but he's got an outstanding move to first too. If Pence gets a little jumpy.
Gets a little jumpy. He wakes up a little jumpy.
And again, he's behind 2-0. Perez is in the on-deck circle. Which leads you to believe that maybe not a day off, but that ball that Posey took off his foot last night might be coming into play here. He took a hard foul ball off his foot and agonized for a long time before he stayed in the ball game last night. 2 balls, 1 strike to Sandoval. Struck out, reached on an error and walked. Hardy on that at 100 miles an hour. I mean, Chris, you've seen a lot of relievers and outstanding relievers, but 4 days in a row, still 100.
Well, guys are freak. And I mean that in the most respectful and good way. Like Usain Bolt is a freak.
Just getting a piece of Sandoval, stays at 2-2. Now Posey has moved into the on-deck circle. Up the ladder at 2-2 maybe. Count stays 2-2.
Now, what he hasn't thrown is a changeup. He has thrown that last pitch was a slider.
To the stretches, Chapman. Here's the 2-2. Hanging tough again at 102 from Chapman. 13 pitches here, and when you added up what he's done in his last 3 appearances, he had 39 pitches in the last 3 games.
I'll tell you, whatever happens in this ball game, these fans here have seen some real good Major League Baseball tonight. The Reds team coming off the mat. They've seen one of their favorite players going head-to-head with the hardest thrower in baseball, hanging in there on 102. This is good.
Here's the 2-2. And we'll go full 3-2.
Boy, how do you lay off that pitch?
And the way Bochy would operate in this situation, Pence might be on the move here. 3-2, nobody out. But the way the Giants have gone, a win they sorely need.
Got to throw over a couple of times.
Yep, at least once. He's going, fouled off. Giants as good as they were a month ago, and they had a 9.5 game lead. They've lost 10 of their last 12 at home. Overall, they've lost 13 of their last 17. Bochy looking at his first base coach, Roberto Kelly.
They're talking about the 10th pitch of this at-bat coming up.
They're over there at least once, huh? 3 balls, 2 strikes, no outs. Pence off first, dig it in. Will he be off again? I'll go over there.
They're looking at Flannery over there, and Pence is like putting his hands out like, I didn't get the sign.
Great place for a strike him out, throw him out right here, huh?
I'd go over one more time.
Yep. And his lead is a little bigger. Not going. And it's ball 4. So the tying run goes to second. The potential winning run goes down to first, and there's still nobody out. And here comes Buster Posey. Listen to this crowd.
Well, that was one heck of an at-bat by Pablo Sandoval. 10 pitches before he finally earns a base on balls.
Posey against Chapman is 2 for 4. In the first game of the series, Posey doubled the center off Chapman. That was in the 9th inning. He did not face him last night. Didn't go. That's ball 1.
What the Giants aren't doing And I'm talking about Sandoval now. Posey is chasing that slider. That is almost an automatic swing and miss up until tonight.
Reds double play depth, middle of the infield. Yes, missing again, and it's 2-0.
I got to believe that sometimes when you're throwing 100 miles an hour and you paint that black on the corner, the umpire doesn't see it as well as if you throw it 90 miles an hour.
2-0. Drilled over his Heisey. He won't get there. The tying run will score. Coming to third is Sandoval, and it's another double for Posey. Buster Posey, his second double of the series against Aroldis Chapman, and we are back tied in this one. 2-2 with second and third and still no one out.
Talk about hot sauce. Buster Posey up for it. This pitch, our Cholula hot sauce flamethrower, 101. Ripped into left field for a double.
And out comes Brian Price to talk to his big left-hander. Well, that's why that guy is a perennial MVP candidate, an all-star, and the leader of this club.
Well, here are the things that are going through the mind of Brian Price right now. You know, you've got a base open. First of all, you got to bring the outfield way in because they've got to be able to throw whoever's going to be running for Pablo Sandoval at third base, be able to throw him out on a ball that's hitting into the outfield, if there is one. Number two, do you walk him? And if you walk him, to load the bases. Now you have Aroldis Chapman. He's got to throw strikes. And he's already walked one guy in this inning. He's got to be running on fumes. He's thrown 19 pitches in this ball game. He pitched yesterday through 9, pitched Thursday through 10, through Wednesday and through 20. That's 39 altogether plus the 19 tonight. So he is running on fumes right now, and I don't think that they're going to walk him. I think they're going to try to get a punch out right here.
There's Hector Sanchez, the catcher, up. Tonight Sanchez struck out, bounced out, and bounced out.
Again, they're just taking the slider.
Trying to keep it down to coax a ground ball, and hopefully it'll be right at somebody. If you get a out here, maybe you do walk the next batter to set up a possible inning-ending double play.
Got to get there first.
Yep. 1 ball. The short, the runners hold. Right at Cozart, and there's 1 away. Crawford due up, but Arias has come out of the dugout. And now you got 2 opportunities here. Arias is one of their better bunters, too. So Joaquin Arias will come in to pinch hit.
You ever tried bunting 102?
Yeah. How about hitting it?
Well, there's some guys on this field that can do that. Standing at second base.
So Arias steps up, second and third, 1 out. Infield still in, edge of the grass. Chapman from the stretch. Arias 0 for 1 in his previous matchups with Chapman. Overall, with runners in scoring position, you see his numbers for this year. Second and third, 1 out. The tying run is already scored. The winning run sitting at third. Well, either way, Brian Price has seen 2 gutty performances on his side tonight. The home run by Phillips and Chapman coming in for his 4th consecutive game. He hopes he can find a way to get out of this jam. Slider down and in, fouled off 0-2. Juan Gutierrez loosening in the bullpen for the Giants. If the Reds can find a way to wriggle out of this. Hangs in at 100 and fouls it off. Short, hold the runner, 2 away.
Well, Cozart must have been involved in about a dozen plays tonight. I mean, he's the busiest guy out there.
Close 11. 11 plays Cozart involved in tonight. Well, now the infield can drop back. And Duvall will come up. Duvall has already showed us he can hit a fastball. A memorable week for him. His first major league hit, a homer. Came up from the minor leagues. Saw his first no-hitter as he sat on the bench and watched Lincecum do that. Chapman trying to find a way to dispose of him and keep this game alive. One strike to Duvall, who tonight grounded out, doubled and grounded out. Fouled off 0-2. Panic is on deck. Joe Panic. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, second and third for the Giants. Two runs, 7 hits for the Reds. 2 runs now, 7 hits for the Giants. Been a roller coaster night. Great starting pitching from both sides. A scratch run for the Giants. A big comeback from the Reds. And then the Giants have tied it. Just missing inside. Slider just under the hands.
Hey, what this kid has given some pretty good at bats in a very short period of time while he's been in the major leagues. Young man, as we mentioned, the night he hit his first home run and got his first hit at the University of Louisville. Went to Butler High School in Louisville.
2-2. Hanging in there, fouls it off again. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Got a short swing. I think he's kind of tough to get inside on.
An idea of what he's doing. He's demonstrated that already.
Pitch number 31 for Chapman.
Two. Got him. So the Reds will live for another inning. Aroldis Chapman gallantly trying to come in and close it out for the 4th straight game. Can't do it. A blown save, but the Reds still alive in this one. 2-2. Innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Well, Aroldis Chapman trying to close it out for the Reds for the 4th consecutive game. Tag with a blown save as he allows a run, and the Giants tie it. The one streak he did keep going by striking out Duvall was, that's now 35 consecutive appearances with a strikeout. Brandon Hicks will come into the game. He'll play left. Arias stays in the game. He'll be at shortstop. And here's Posey will stay in the game too. Buster will be at first. And the big guy, Gutierrez, will take over on the mound. Juan Gutierrez, the new pitcher, as the Reds try to go back to work and build a lead here in extras. Cozart will lead it off. Fly it out, walk, struck out. Great to have you with us, George Grand, Chris Welsh, Jim Day. And the guys are back in the studio. When this one does end, they'll be bringing you Reds live post game. Jeff Pecoro, Brian Giesenslaw. Hang in there, guys. One ball to Cozart. Through the middle, over the second base bag, and that's a base hit. So the Reds get the potential go-ahead run on here to lead off the 10th. Izzy in the 9th spot in the order will come up. You sacrifice him here, Chris?
You're darn right I am.
Posey holding the runner at first. Short lead for Cozart. Izzy digs in. Sandoval creeping in from third. Showing bunt. It kicks off the shoe of Sanchez, but no advance from Cozart. Cozart, Billy Hatcher peer across to Steve Smith, who flashes signs as Jonathan Broxton looses in the Reds bullpen with Mac Jenkins behind him. Javier Lopez has gotten up the left-hander in the bullpen for the Giants. Gets the bunt down. They will get the out. The runner advances to second. Posey almost was waiting to see if it might go foul, but that last bounce came back towards the grass, so he got the out, and the Reds have the go-ahead run in scoring position. Successful sacrifice for the Reds. And here comes Billy. Hamilton tonight singled in the first, stole a base, his 34th of the year, and then was picked off second. Singled in the third, bounced to second, and flied to right. Cozart turns and checks the outfielders behind him. They're playing normal depth and pulled towards left center and center with Blanco. In the dirt, blocked by the catcher Sanchez. Arias trying to keep Cozart as close as he can. He's hawking him. That opens up a pretty good hole on the left side for Hamilton, with Sandoval having to still guard against a bunt in at the edge of the grass at third. Breaking ball, that's a strike. Your buddies are arriving, Chris. The Seagulls.
We'll have to put them on hold for a while.
One and one. Frazier on deck. On the corner again, a strike. Now with 2 strikes, Sandoval drops back at third about 5 steps. Trying to get him to fish up high, can't do it, and we're even at 2-2. Gutierrez to the stretch. That's foul past Hatcher down at first. You got to figure Lopez is up for Votto, Chris, the lefty in the bullpen for the Giants. Yes, wide. We'll go full 3-2. He nipped the corner with 2 breaking balls, but misses wide with the fastball.
Oh, that time Sanchez is sitting so far outside, even though he hit the mitt, it's still 6 inches off the plate.
Full count, 3-2. Popped up in the infield. Arias calling. Bozart back to second. So second out, and here comes Frazier. Todd's had a big June with 8 home runs. As good as anybody in the league, tied for the league lead. Almost had his 9th last time up in the 8th inning, hit one to the wall in center field. He's 0 for 4 tonight. Struck out, bounced into a double play, and flied out twice. Also on the line is a 14-game hitting streak against San Francisco. Bozart represents the go-ahead run after a leadoff base hit here in the 10th. Frazier 0 for 1 in his matchups with Gutierrez. If he can keep the inning alive, and there are the numbers, he's tied with McCutchen with 8 for home runs in the month of June. Votto on deck for the Reds. Foul down the third base line. You mentioned how good Affeldt has been. Lopez just about as lethal, Chris, against lefties, and especially against Joey Votto. Votto 0 for 7 against him.
Got a good breaking ball. Votto's yet to figure that out.
Ball and a strike to Frazier. Some giddy up on that, and 95 on the hands, and it's 1-2.
Well, after seeing all those slow breaking balls, he kind of lulls you to sleep, and he's got a pretty good fastball. I mean, you get a little spoiled after watching Aroldis Chapman throw 102. 95 is gas. 102 is nitro.
Ball, 2 strikes to Frazier. Bozart off second. Good block by Sanchez.
Oh, really good block right there. He's been beat up big time tonight. We showed you earlier where he got hit on a mask. with a foul ball that went right off the bat on a hard fastball. He took one off his knee earlier.
The Reds for so many years were blessed with the greatest catcher in the game, Johnny Bench, and when anybody else caught, no matter who you were, there was always a drop-off. Sanchez in the same boat here, and with all the injuries, they've tried to get Posey in the lineup at first, and he's been a big help behind the plate for Bruce Bochy. Here's the 2-2. Line, but right at the second baseman. Panic has it, and that'll end the inning. So the Reds get a leadoff hit, nothing to show for it in the 10th. To the bottom of 10 we go. Roxton on his way in for the Reds.
The turn before every slam, every goal, and every game with America's pregame only on Fox Sports 1. Tuned into America's pregame weeknights. That starts at 6 p.m. Eastern Time only on Fox Sports 1 and Fox Sports Go. Well, the Reds unable to do anything in their top of the 10th inning. We are knotted up at 2. Reds 2 runs on 8 hits. The Giants 2 runs on 7 hits. A dramatic 2-run home run by Brandon Phillips tied it up. The Giants came right back on a double by Buster Posey in the bottom of the 9th. And we go bottom of 10. And the bottom of the order due up for the Giants. And a new hurler on the mound for the Reds.
Well, you talk about it, Chris, and what a bonus Jonathan Broxton has been with Chapman starting the year on the disabled list. He's been so big for Brian Price out of this bullpen.
You mean that in every way possible?
Yeah, the big rig, the new big rig. Here's Joe Panik, the second baseman. Bounced out, hit a line drive back at Simon that glanced off his glove and let the first run score for the Giants. And then he singled to lead off the 8th inning and was erased on a double play. The 2 youngsters that the Giants have called up this week, I think we've both been impressed by them. I had a chance to see Panik in college at St. John's. Very much like Todd Frazier, just a solid ball player and very well respected within the college community, and he's proved to be a solid performer for the Giants. You're in a pennant race, and the whole right side of your infield are rookies that you just called up. 2 balls, 1 strike to Panik. Hicks, who entered the game last inning, is on deck. Phillips has it glance off his glove. It'll be a base hit for Panik. So just like the Reds, the Giants get the leadoff hitter on here in the 10th.
Brandon gets over there. It just looks like it takes kind of a quirky hop, a tough spot for him, really, because that's one of those in-between hop plays. If he makes that play, it's a highlight reel.
So here's Hicks. Brandon hitless in his last 17 at bats.
So you're going to ask me the same thing about Hicks as we asked about Heisey?
Do you sacrifice? Especially 0 for 17, you figure with Bochy. Makes sense.
Well, they threw over to first base hoping to find out whether Hicks is going to bunt or not. I didn't see him slide his hands up the bat, but I'm still playing it as a bunt right here.
Frazier coming in at third. Expecting that bunt. Tim Flannery rolls through some signs out of the third base coach's box. Panic, good base runner down at first, not blazing speed, average speed. Not going, bunt shown. Votto turns, looks to second, will take the out at first. Good decision by Joey Votto. His initial thought was to look, but great break from Panic, so he gets into scoring position. Runner at second, one out. Back to the top of the order, Gregor Blanco.
That's a heck of a bunt right there by Brandon Hicks, I tell you. I mean, Votto, if you make your mind up before you field it, then you just come up throwing. But once you look, and then it takes your brain a moment to decide yes or no, at that point it's too late. You know what? That was such a good bunt. Go ahead and get the out. And make them do something to get this run in.
So back to the top of the order again. It rolls around. In the ninth inning, Chapman had to deal with Pence, Sandoval, Posey, and Sanchez. And here we are on the 10th. You're turning it around again. Here's Blanco. 2 hits tonight. Great speed. And good speed out at second in Panic. Popped up. Is there going to be room for Frazier? There is. 2 away. First pitch swinging, Blanco pops out, and here comes Pence. Pence started the ninth with a base hit. That got the rally going on a 3-2 pitch. And really, Chris, that rally was culminated by the double by Posey, but the big at bat in the ninth belonged to Pablo Sandoval. A 10-pitch at bat, and he finally worked the walk.
That was the one that really just kind of wore Chapman down.
Pence tonight bounced into a double play, popped up, grounded out, and then that leadoff double in the ninth. Bounced off the top of the mask of Mesoraco for strike 1.
I'll tell you what, Pence comes out of that on-deck circle ready to swing the bat, doesn't he? I mean, he just lets it rip.
He comes out of the cab at the ballpark ready to swing the bat.
He may have one of the more unorthodox approaches that you'll ever see. Fidgety, nervous looking. Kind of wild-eyed.
No balls, 1 strike. Players provide energy in different ways. This guy provides electricity to this Giants offense. Here's the 0-1. Hop back and out of play, 0-2. Pence against Broxton, 1 for 5 in their previous matchups. 0-2. Setting up way wide is Mesoraco. Got him. A leadoff base hit, but Broxton battles out of trouble. Going extras to 11. Votto due up. Brandon Phillips due to follow. Last time up, a homer. Can he do it again? Bonus Baseball brought to you by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Tonight and all season long, Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. What do you think they're doing back in the studio now? Jeff Pecoro and Brian Giesenslong?
Eating.
No garlic fries there, but they probably rolled out some pizza. Guys, maybe we can get you a run. Here's Joey.
You mean Javi?
Javi to face Joey. Left field line, curving towards the corner. It's going to be one hop to the warning track. And Votto gets his first hit ever after 0 for 7 against Lopez. And the Reds get the potential go-ahead run to second base again.
Good game plan right there for Votto, figuring everything that Lopez is going to throw him is probably going to be moving away from him or being off the outside part of the plate. And a little, either a slider or a little cutter right there, and Votto is as good as anybody at hitting it the other way. So this is interesting. I mean, these extra innings are interesting where we've had runners on base. Some strategy pulled up by the managers. Now they're going to run down there and immediately, who's that, Gene Mackey warming up in the bullpen?
Again, yep. And Logan Andrusek starting to loosen in the Reds bullpen.
And walk Phillips.
So they'll walk the right-handed hitting Phillips, and that'll bring up Jay Bruce. How's he done against Lopez?
Not good. 2 for 12 lifetime against Lopez, and Lopez will be in there for him. But the question is, would you have Jay Bruce sacrifice?
Or might he just do it on his own, knowing Jay?
One thing they won't do with Bruce up there this time is have a severe defensive shift in the infield.
The way Jay has been swinging of late, he has been hot. 2 more hits today. 3 hits and 1 hit, 4 hits. He shows bunt, gets it down. They'll look to third, nothing there, and they get the out, but a sacrifice from Bruce.
Boy, a dandy play by Javier Lopez and a weird slide to third base by Joey Votto. Is he all right?
Great job by Jay Bruce. Tremendous job by Bruce. Take another look.
That's the first bunt, sacrifice bunt for Jay Bruce since 2011. And he makes it look so easy. Gotta like that.
Yeah, you're surprised he doesn't go to third here, aren't you? I mean,
I absolutely am, because Votto did not get much of a jump at all.
Joey's still trying to make the transition from sliding on his left leg to his right leg, and that kind of got caught in between on that one. So now that leaves the first base open, and they will walk Mesoraco to load the bases and set up a possible double play.
These are the kind of extra innings you like, you know, with some action going on. Sometimes you get an extra inning ball game and these teams go down 1-2-3, 1-2-3, and there's nothing to talk about.
Thanks for staying up back home. If you're joining us, George Grant, Chris Wells, Jim Day. JD, how you doing down there?
Fantastic. This is about as good as you get, as you guys have been talking about. At field level, I'm digging it. You love baseball, you love this game.
How about the reaction of the Reds dugout with Jay Bruce?
It was awesome, and I don't know if he forgot 2011, but Jay Bruce came into the dugout and was screaming, "That's my first one ever. That's my first one ever." I've never seen a guy so excited about a sacrifice bunt.
Gene Machi will come in as the pitching change is being made. Bases will be loaded, and while the pitching change takes place, we'll take time out for these messages. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. A leadoff double. Brandon Phillips was intentionally walked. Jay Bruce sacrificed the runners to second and third, and now an intentional walk to Devin Mesoraco has loaded the bases. Lopez is out, and here's Gene Machi, whose consecutive scoreless inning streak of 25 1/3 was snapped by the Reds in game 1 of this series when he gave up 3 hits and 2 runs. He'll enter the game now, Chris.
Well, he will enter the game, and he'll face a pinch hitter. Broxton's spot was due up. Ramon Santiago, switch hitter, batting left-handed, with the bases loaded.
Middle of the infield, double play depth. The first and third corners pinched in, so they'll come to the plate. And out at second, they'll try for 2 there. That's in there for a strike. Santiago seldom used of late. They'll get a sporadic start here or there. trying to make contact, trying to get a run in for the Reds. Votto off third. Phillips and Mesoraco each were walked off second and first. Missing on the outside corner. Machi was about as good as you could be up until the 7th inning on Thursday. Gave up a home run to Brandon Phillips that day. Those are the first runs he allowed since April the 15th. That's one of the reasons why this bullpen has been one of the best in the league all year. 1-1. On the inside corner, it's 1-2. Sanchez flashes his signs. The runners inch off their bases, and Santiago will ask for time with Cozart on deck. Pop to the left side, but out of play into the seats. If you joined us late, the pressure on both of these clubs. The Milwaukee Brewers won over Colorado 7-4, and the Dodgers beat St. Louis 9-1. So the Reds need to win to stay 7.5 back of Milwaukee, and the Giants need to win to keep a 2-game lead over the Dodgers. Brian Price and Bruce Bochy both have been turning the wheels all night long tonight. Here's the 1-2. That's a call, strike 3 on the inside corner.
Pretty good looking fastball right here with some comeback action. The question is, was it too high or not? And the way that Santiago kind of jumps up right there, it came inside, and you can't kind of squat down to make it look too high.
So here comes Cozart.
That looks too high to me.
Cozart tonight flied out, walked, struck out, and then led off the 10th with a base hit, was sacrificed to second and left there as Gutierrez got out of the inning. That's fouled off for strike 1. Andrusik and Jumbo Diaz both loosening in the Reds bullpen. Diaz, of course, the closer in Louisville, so if the Reds do take the lead, you expect him. If not, you expect Andrusik. One strike to Cozart.
Boy.
Reds trail 1-0 most of the night until the 2-run homer by Phillips. Giants tied it on a big double from Posey. And we're still 2-2 here in the 11th. That's a shot. It's into center. Here comes one run. Here comes Phillips around third. He'll score. And Zach Cozart, who's been the middle of everything tonight, delivers a 2-run single here in the 11th, and the Reds have taken a 4-2 lead. Man, did you see the emotion from Votto at home plate too? He just about knocked Phillips over with the high five.
Boy, he stays right on this pitch. A mistake by Machi as he gets that ball right up. Sanchez wanted it down. He got it up the middle through the box it goes. Not 1 but 2 runs have come in.
Yes.
And that's the way those Reds are rolling right now.
So Cozart comes through. The Reds lead at 4-2. And here comes Heisey hitting in the 9th spot. Well, Machi has been just about unhittable against everybody but the Reds this year. Another insurance run out at second in Mesoraco. You said it earlier, Chris. Seemed like every time he turned around, Kozar was in the middle of it. Most of that was defensive, as he touched the ball 11 times at short. And right now it's offensive as he gives the Reds a 4-2 lead. And you know about the history of these two teams. The Reds have won consistently against the Giants of late, but Brian Price and Bruce Bochy both have known that these two teams, most often and more often than not, they've been close games. I mean, very few blowouts. They've been two-run, one-run ball games. Hit pretty good to right, but Pence should get there. Going back, looking up, and he can't get it. One run scores, another run will score. Chug it into third will be Heisey. And a triple for Heisey, and the Reds have put a 4 spot on the board and lead it 6-2.
Now there's some emotion in that Reds dugout. How about dropping a 4 spot on him here in the 11th? Chris Heisey hits this ball way better than Hunter Pence thought he did. It just kept going and going and going. Not a lot of wind blowing. If there is any, it's probably helping that a little bit. And he clears the bases with a triple, and there are 4 in. And they must be giving bags of $20 bills out in the parking lot right now, because they are running out of here like there's free money somewhere.
Well, gallant rallies by both teams, and the Reds have put a 4 spot up here in the 11th. And here comes Hamilton. This one blooped to right. It is a fair ball.
Oh,
Heisey will score, and this may be back-to-back triples. Hamilton will be safe to call it 2, and he'll hang there with a double. Put another one on the board, and the Reds lead it 7-2, and Dave Righetti will go out and talk to his right-hander Machi.
We showed you the numbers earlier when Bruce Bochy first went to the bullpen to bring in Jeremy Affeldt. How good this bullpen has been for the Giants, and it has been. But it's almost a matter of who's the last man standing. Which team is going to have the perseverance tonight to gut it out? And the Reds in this inning have taken a 4 spot, make it a 5 spot now, and a 5-run lead in the 11th inning.
And you ask who's the last man standing in the Reds bullpen right now. It's Jumbo. Andrusik has seated himself, and Jumbo will come in and try to close things out in the bottom of the 11th. And the 9th batter of the inning will come to the plate. It's Todd Frazier. Frazier has nothing to show for the night, but the last 2 times he hit the ball right on the button. In the 8th, he hit one to the wall in center, and in the 10th, with the potential go-ahead run on, he hit a line drive to short. Hamilton, another 3-hit night, Chris. 2 singles and a double. Frazier trying to extend a 14-game hitting streak against the Giants here in the 11th.
Well, the Giants, you know, going back to how good their bullpen has been, they've given up 7 runs, the Giants bullpen has. And the most they've given up all year long is 5. Well, the Reds have gotten 5 in 1 inning off of this bullpen.
Machi gave up 3 runs to the Reds in the 7th inning. in the first game of this series, and here he's allowed a single, a triple, and a double.
Well, the Reds didn't even score a run until the ninth. And that's when Sergio Romo walked Votto and then hung that breaking ball to Brandon Phillips, who hit it out of here to take a 1-run lead.
Popped up into short center. Who's going to get there? Pence will. But the Reds put a crooked number up here in the 11th. They score 5, lead it 7-2. Cozart started it. Jumbo Davis will try to end it next. It's like they know exactly when to come. The Seagulls are back. Mine. And the Reds are trying to clean things out here. They put 5 on the board in the top of the 11th. We'll go to the bottom of 11. Jumbo Diaz will try to close it out. Chris Heisey a big triple. Zach Cozart a key go-ahead hit. And the Reds have a 7-2 lead. Here's Jumbo, Chris.
A big thing for Jose Jumbo Diaz is to throw strikes. Giants likely to be taking a pitch right here. 5 runs down in extras.
Well, here's Sandoval. For the Giants, he did not knock in a run, but he had maybe the biggest at bat of the night in the 9th. After Pence had singled on a 3-2 pitch, he had a 10-pitch at bat against Aroldis Chapman, and finally worked a walk that put runners at first and second. Pence at second, he was at first, and Buster Posey then drilled a double to left that tied the game at 2.
Well, they were up late last night in La Romana, Dominican Republic, watching their favorite son Johnny Cueto pitch. And they're up late again tonight watching Jumbo Diaz pitch from the same town as Johnny. This is his 3rd outing overall. He came in and made his major league debut at age 30 against the Toronto Blue Jays, pitching inning and gave up 3 runs, couple of home runs. Wanted to forget about that. Came back and pitched a clean inning against the Chicago Cubs. Both of the previous games that Diaz has pitched in, the Reds have lost. It's a little different deal when you're pitching in a game in which your team is winning.
And it's not like he's unfamiliar with the situation. For Jim Riggleman down at Louisville, he had 18 saves and 19 chances, so it's a comfortable spot for him, and you know he'd like to be part of a win up here.
You're darn right he would, and he's capable.
3-2. A guy that works as long as he has to get here, trying to put a smile on this scoreboard, not just for the Reds, but for him too. He's got a great balance, doesn't he, Chris? We've all had a chance to talk with him. I mean, for what he's been through and what he's gone through to get up here, yeah, sure, you don't want to give up a home run in your debut, but he deserves to be here. 3-2. And another solid at bat from Pablo Sandoval. He's hanging in there. Seemed like ages ago, but if you joined us late, Alfredo Simon, another great performance. 7 innings, 3 hits, 1 run, and it was a scratch run that Bruce Bochy's club got. He will not win his 11th on this night, but Simon pitched brilliantly once again. Bacure came in the 8th. Gave up 2 singles but got out of the inning, and then in the 9th, Chapman, appearing for his 4th consecutive ball game after throwing 39 pitches in his last 3. Gave up a base hit, a walk, and a double before getting out of the inning. And that's a ball. A leadoff walk here in the 11th.
It's another good at bat for Sandoval. I mean, you can get on Jumbo Diaz for walking him, but Sandoval fouled off about 4 pitches that were very good pitches to just keep the at bat alive.
A 10-pitch at bat in the 9th, and that's a 9-pitch at bat to start the 11th for Sandoval. And here's Buster. Posey came in to pinch hit in the 9th. His double, his 2nd consecutive double of this series off Chapman, tied the game at 2. And then Chapman got a ground ball out from Sanchez, a ground ball out from Arias, and struck out Duval to end the 9th. I mean, the Reds were on the precipice of losing with runners at 2nd and 3rd and nobody out. The Chapman reached down to get the 2 ground ball outs and then the strikeout, and that strikeout prolonged his streak of 35 straight games with a strikeout. Votto playing behind the runner, Sandoval at first, often running at the pitch, fouled off, and it's 0-2.
Boy, this game, if you really look at it from the Giants' perspective, they got one of the best pitching performances that they've had in a while tonight from Matt Cain. Reds didn't score until the 9th. They had opportunities to go ahead and win this ball game. The Giants did and were unable to do so. So if the Reds hold on to win, they've got a 5-run lead. That means that the only game the Giants have won this week was a no-hitter.
And it will mean for a team that's played so well at home that they have lost 11 of their last 13 games at home. Posey hangs in, stays alive, 1-2. Great catch. Well, they hung around. It was a sellout crowd for the 290th time tonight, and the fellow in the upper deck did a pretty good job. Take a look. Nice job.
Almost a dangler.
2-2. Posey did not start tonight. Came in to pinch hit that double and then stayed in the game at first. Weekly hit down to 2nd. Phillips has it. They'll get the out for the first out of the inning. Going to 3rd is Pablo Sandoval. And here comes Hector Sanchez, the catcher. Don't forget, hope you join us tomorrow for the final game of this series, the Reds against the Giants. Homer Bailey will go for his 8th win against Tim Hudson, who will also go for win number 8. We'll be on the air with Reds Live with Jeff Pecoro and Brian Giesenslaw at 3:30. And also joining us tomorrow will be Jim Maloney. Great Reds pitcher will be by to talk some baseball. It's always a joy to spend some time with him. And the Reds will fly out of San Francisco after the game, head to San Diego. Monday, Tuesday night games at 9:30. And then Wednesday a day game at 3 o'clock. That's airtime on Fox Sports Ohio. Matt Latos against Jesse Hahn Monday. Mike Leake against Ian Kennedy Tuesday. And Johnny Cueto against Tyson Ross on Wednesday. Big swing, and for the second straight batter, he's ahead 0-2. One away, infield back runner at third. Reds now lead by 5, 7-2. Swing and a miss. Mesoraco has it, and there's your second out of the inning. And here comes Joaquin Arias, the shortstop. Arias came in the ninth, grounded to short against Chapman, in for his second at bat. There's your buddies, Chris.
Maybe they're looking for wasted opportunity.
Missing inside.
Well, the Giants this year have been exceptional in extra inning games. They are 6 wins and 1 loss. Reds have hardly played any at all, really. They're 2-3. Well, with the way the Giants had the start going, it looks like they were going to run away from the division. Now, if they lose this ball game, it looks like they will. They will be only 1 game up, right, of the Los Angeles Dodgers.
That's a one-hopper. Phillips knocks it down, but can't make a play. It'll be a base hit for Arias, and a run will score, so it's 7-3. You know, and the 1-game lead hurts, but the other part of it is they had a 9.5 game lead a month ago. Down to 1.
Well, at least Arias gets this hit right here and drives a run in the 11th inning when the Reds have a 5-run lead, instead of doing it in the 9th inning when he had the winning run at second and third. Timing is everything.
Todd scores a run. It's 7-3. There's a bouncer to the right side. Phillips will glove this, and that will do it. What a roller coaster night, and Jumbo Diaz will get the baseball from Joey Votto. Get a big hug from his catcher. And for the Reds, birthday boy Brandon Phillips, a big 2-run home run to give the Reds a lead. And then the Reds come back. Cozart and Heisey big hits in the 11th and wind up winning it by a final of 7-3. The victory, Chris, not a one-man victory on this night. It's a team victory.
Well, a lot of these victories are team victories. They may be led by pitching. They may have scored a lot of runs here, really starting with that series against Toronto. But this game tonight, when you win them in extras on the road, and now you have won 3 in a row here in San Francisco, man, there's something for that team to be happy about.
Well, the Reds continue their